This, of course, is Gamer 1745. No surprise since it's my channel. And we are going to be going and looking at Hearts of Iron 4's World of Blaze mod today. Those of you watching later, we're going to be starting here very soon and making some episodes. Hope you'll enjoy this. Single player, new game. Let's start recording. Well, fellow armchair generals, this is Gamer 1745 here with my look at World of Blaze mod for the DLC of No Step Back of Hearts of Iron 4. I don't know if this is the very first version that's compatible, but this is the main current version that is. And we're going to take a look and to see how well it's working, how the changes are. It's been I've been away from World of Blaze for a long time, so I know Uncharted, I'm sure, has made a bunch of changes since I've last played it. I have started up the mod before this, but not played it yet. There's a distinction. I already have concerns we'll be addressing. Did announce this over on the World of Blade Discord. Maybe I can remember to somebody, and if I don't initially, you can poke me and I'll add a link to their Discord server so you can get on there and talk with the developers directly. It's always good to do so. Maybe I'll also put a link to my Discord server if you want to hang out with me and my friends and whatnot going on there too. Well, I was asked to play as Japan. It's, by Irish, I believe it was. And that's a very good idea, but I really need to take a first look at whether it becomes a long series or not. I'm not sure if this is the start of one or not. I know people like to see a series, but this right now is just at the preliminary stages of looking at the mod to see if I feel comfortable with a long series in it or not, as well as, of course, viewership with this mod to see how that goes. More viewers, the more I can play a game for my own fun and enjoyment. It's, do you guys want to watch, becomes the thing. So we're going to take a look with Germany because it's the country I know best. It's the country that I can evaluate a mod as a whole the best. And I know I've been playing Germany a lot, both on my own as well as for a lot of different streams, but it is sort of the driving factor of World War II, and so it's important to look at that. So we are going to look at Germany starting out here. All right, and they go through this, and I have read quickly through this, but I think this is worthy because this is, to some degree, I don't know if a tutorial is the right term, but we are looking at the mod. And so I'm going to examine all of these here and read through them and give any particular thoughts I have. And again, like I say, I've started this a couple of times. I've not played like outside of January, so it's, I haven't really played this mod yet. So this is anything I say, take it as someone who does not have a deep understanding of the mod. Let me just quickly check something here before I go any further. Let me poke the main because looks like he's around right now. maybe get the developer to show up. Sure. He's in a private chat. I see on his, it was just mentioning Discord server, so maybe he'll be showing up in a bit. And it's always good. Just want to say Uncharted, he's the main developer. I think his team has increased in size. He is very familiar with World War II, knows a lot, and does very good work. That doesn't mean I agree with everything, just I know he, like I say, does good work. Not just like as a good person or something, that doesn't matter for mod maker, but he does do good work. So please understand anything I'm criticizing. It's more someone maybe around the edges, more, a bit more, but he does things very well. World Ablaze is a total overhaul mod that changes almost all of the game mechanics, expands them, and adds tougher AI. Most of the changes are easy to figure out, like the focus tree, but if you're unfamiliar with the mod, you can find options below help clarify some of the more hidden changes in the game. If you're interested in getting involved, there's a link. Okay, yeah, Discord server. Okay, changes to the economy. Economy fatigue. Maybe economic fatigue would be better in English. I don't know. It isn't. I don't know because it could just be changing the economy. I don't know. That's nitpicky. Is a new system to World Ablaze. It represents inflation, large government spending, and shrinking civilian economy. Economic manpower, trade, and trade laws now gradually provide economic. Yeah, it should be economic fatigue. Which reduces construction speed and eventually stabilizes, or eventual stability and factory output. They also now give weekly penalties to war support. To combat this, there are more decisions and ministers you can invest in. The best strategy is to make your wars quick and demobilize after a war. Best strategy. Okay. Now, and I read this before, and my reaction to this statement is not that in a general principle is a bad thing, but my understanding is this game may lead up to smaller wars, things like the Spanish Civil War or the Italian invasion of Abyssinia or something. And I do know that there had been a long time strategy of trying to, say, drag out for Italy the invasion of Abyssinia to get more experience, to keep the wartime laws going instead of peacetime laws, where this would negate that. Get the war over faster would be better. Yeah, I would agree to that. But generally speaking, I understand this is everything's leading up to a crescendo of world war is going to break out, and it's going to be over when it's over. So I don't entirely get how, you're not necessarily going to invade Austria and have that war, and then invade Czechoslovakia and have that war, and then invade Poland and have that war. Maybe you could, I guess, I don't know, but that just seems unhistorical, but we'll continue. It is natural to have economic fatigue. See, there we go. Now we have economic fatigue. Should we change it there? I know that's nitpicky. I know. When militarizing your economy, and it should not be something that you should try and keep at 0%. Following are the main ways of decreasing your economic fatigue. Focuses: war bonds available when at war. Okay. What about government bonds? Those I know were very much used and are still used to this day to reduce economic fatigue. Now, war bonds are an additional thing, but government bonds, just generally speaking. But okay, there was a lot of government bonds being issued by Germany, and it can be seen to some degree in the MIFO bills that are still in this mod that are from the base game. So I don't know. Don't know about that. Decisions are most are available only when at war. Okay, so we have decisions you can make that would potentially reduce war fatigue. Fine. Lowering your laws only as a last resort if close to 100% fatigue. So I'm guessing here And whether correction during the now, or you can the live stream, or you can check posts below for corrections to anything that I get wrong. Somebody, Uncharted or whoever, can post. Hey, Toyjet, how you doing, my friend? You can post corrections below. So if I'm getting any of the presumptions wrong, then look for corrections below. That's what I want to say. Okay, so instead of like total mobilization or whatever, go back to one of the lesser laws that would reduce fatigue, but only as a last resort. So I guess you don't want to get to 100% fatigue. Staying on partial mobilization will cause fatigue to go from 0 to 100% in 24 years. Okay, that's good information. War economy is 12 years. Total mobilization is 6 years. And present user years. Be aware that focuses can also increase fatigue. Okay. Uncharted and I have a disagreement in. Oh, I'm doing very good, Toyjet. Doing very good indeed. Thank you. Have a disagreement on, and it's I know, just because from some of my back end stuff, I know a lot of you guys that watch this channel also watch videos by TIK. Very good YouTube historian, very good, who's very much an Austrian economics person, and very much markets. To the point that with him, I'm not saying he's wrong. What I'm saying is that for him particularly, it becomes very ideological. Markets are a very, very, very good way of just rationalizing the distribution of resources and whatnot. Yeah, absolutely. But sometimes programs, well, I don't know, like the space race program or the V1 missile program that Germany uses, sometimes markets are not the way to go. You're not necessarily wanting to who can build the cheapest rocket that shoots send you to the moon. That doesn't mean the government's building you a good rocket that goes to the moon. It just means you don't necessarily want to go to a market to meet those check some here as I'm sort of talking on, to meet the needs of your government, cheapest, or whatever. So market solutions aren't always for, rockets to the moon might not always be the best. So, this goes back to some of it. I trying to be careful with my words here. I think in the time scale of World War II, now total mobilization, 6 years. Okay, that well covers you if you're starting your war in 36 and the war is over by 45 kind of thing, victory or loss or whatever, and total mobilization. Now Germany was not at total mobilization for all that time. You have to very much take that into account. And I don't know, and this is another thing right now, is, again, I'm talking about this without playing the mod yet, so take this all with a very big, I don't entirely know what I'm talking about kind of thing, and I'll readily admit I don't know everything about World War II. I don't know everything about it, and there's a whole lot I don't know about World War II economics of various countries, huge amounts. I mean, more that I don't know than I know about, because I'm just, I'm not Tooze, T-O-O-Z-E, Adam Tooze. one of the main authors on economics in World War II. You can follow his Twitter account if you want. Who is a bit of a socialist, so you got to take that with a grain of salt. Two, what he says about economy, because if socialists understood economies, they wouldn't be socialists. Yes, I'm not an Austrian economics hardcore person, but I do understand that socialism doesn't understand economies. Socialism is based upon a map. So outside of like the Netherlands and a few places that grow land, they see economies as a zero-sum game, and it's just how big of the piece of the pie. Or a capitalist, and I don't mean like a rich person, I mean like a person who believes in market economies, believes that economies can grow. Just because someone has a big chunk of it doesn't mean it's denying somebody else the chunk of that economy, because economies are not a static or limited thing. Marx got that wrong, and so Marx was wrong, Malthus was wrong. We're seeing a lot of Malthusists nowadays. I hope I'm pronouncing his name right. And they got wrong. So I don't know how big, other than like 100% or something that may cause you to collapse everything, don't know how big of an impact all of this makes. But that has to be kept in mind. And I know this is a long introduction, but this is I think an important look at this this mod. Okay, changes to industry. And also I want this to be somebody who likes listening to me talk, of course, about it. World War II and things, but also is this a mod that you want to play? I want this, after looking at some of this, you will know whether you want to play this mod or not. Military and civilian factories have had their input halved, but in return you get double the amount of said factories for most nations, naval, dockyards, military. Okay, this here in a way is meaningless in that, well, if it takes twice as many factories, why do you need twice as many factories? Well, it can be useful if you want to split up smaller levels of production for something. More fine-tune it. And if it's just for fine-tuning, that's good. To accompany this, max civilian construction count is 20 for each new building. Okay. New resources have been added, which include bauxite, coal, iron. Not sure how coal is being used in this game. That's interesting. Because coal, or energy, in Hearts of Iron 3 was meant to be, though for major powers generally not, but was meant to be the limiting factor on, or one of the main limiting factors on how many factories you could have. It was sort of what it was sort of meant to be, but it really turns out to not. Where in Hearts of Iron 4, it's this, which I hate, stupid mechanics of how many slots a region has, which I hate that mechanic, but okay. So I don't know quite how that's being used. 3 new buildings, company these resources, okay. Aluminum smelter uses bauxite, coal to make aluminium. Hydro-powered aluminium smelters use bauxite to produce aluminium, but are more expensive than aluminum smelters. Okay, so meaning like water-powered. I don't know, maybe Norway, that may have a lot of, don't know, or may not have coal or something. I know they had a lot of hydropower. But I don't know. Steel mill uses iron and coal to produce steel. Okay, so it's sort of wanting to be used, I guess, because I only skimmed this, the coal as a fuel for, and coal is very, I guess I just don't know enough about making aluminum. Is coal used other than just simply powering the factory, heat to power it? I know on the making of iron, it is sort of a mixture of coal, carbon, and iron to make steel. So yeah, infrastructure also no longer boosts the amount of steel and aluminum you get from a state, as they only come from these factories. Okay, so if you want steel and aluminum, you must have steel and aluminum factories. Okay, go back. Let's look at changes to the economy, changes to politics. Let's look at changes to politics here. Okay, minister selection has been added to the political tab. New, and I'm going to have something more to say about this in a bit. New additions include Ministry of Culture, which is focused around women's place in society. Interesting. Hello, HL Malazan. How you doing? And hello, NMDB. How are you gentlemen doing today? Presume gentlemen, but Tinky isn't here. She's about the only woman I know that routinely hangs out on my channel. Interesting. I don't know. I don't know how that's implemented. I have definitely looked into women and how they're used in society for this, and it's interesting. But okay, it starts off with more home-oriented roles that give higher population gains, but you can make it a significant cost or through focuses to provide more bonuses to your industry. An army, for example, higher recruitable population and or factory input. Yes. Yep, dude here. Yeah, I know from my stats that it goes from an from a what would be the term uncountable number to somewhere about 1% of my views come from women, meaning it's too little to count. Of course, I am very happy to have women viewers, but I guess just my content, maybe my style, doesn't draw a lot of women to this channel. I know, but a few. My main editor, she was, but no longer my editor, for my mod Hearts of Iron 3 Third Reich events, was a woman. I didn't realize that at first. But yeah, so you know, she was a big player of Hearts of Iron 3. So yeah, as a player base, as before I was doing YouTube channels. So yes, I do know there are women players of these games. Trust me, I do know that, but they are minuscule in a percentage situation. Okay, so yes, higher recruitable populations and factory output. Okay, Ministry of Defense is focused on war bonds. You use these to reduce your economic fatigue. Okay. However, these can only be accessed during war situations and come at a cost of consumer goods for 2 years. Come at a cost of consumer goods for 2 years. Not sure what that means. We may find out. Ministry of Propaganda is focused on providing more support since higher tier economic laws take weekly war support. This is used to counter that. Each level provides more support, takes political. Okay. Ministry of Labor is focused on providing miscellaneous buffs such as stability for some consumer goods or small recruitable population boosts for some PP, political power. Ministry of Business is essentially your economics ideology and is heavily tied to your political ideology. Fascists can't fully privatize, for example. Democracies can't follow ideas of National Socialism. Each economic ideology provides different buffs and debuffs that range from stability, increase, decrease, consumer goods, increase, decrease, construction speed, research time, ideological drift, defense, and so on. Okay. Interesting. We'll definitely have those are two that sub for this one. Let's tech tree. Each major nation has a unique tank, air, and navy artillery tech tree. Yeah, Uncharted did say when he announcing this out to me that they have not implemented the tank designer yet into their game. I don't know whether it's just time to implement it or they're figuring out how to do it, but okay. All the historical stats for their equipment. So yeah, basically, you know, it's what they're taking is to being like the stats for a, you know, Panzer IV or Panther or T-34 or 76 type or Z-34-85, I guess. All good, you know, minor nations who have the generic air and artillery trees have worse stats, major, minor. Okay, Certain tanks have multiple variations in the tech tree, such as the Panzer IV. Switching production between these variants results in very little loss in efficiency. That's good, because you go through, well, the Panzer IV starts in production prior to the war and stays in production to the end of the war with changes, but not terribly big disruption to their production. Ships unlock their historical modules already actually being able to be refitted and researched. Okay, so let's go back there. So basically you're looking at historical ships and historical tanks, and I presume aircraft as well. So, okay, changes to combat. Combat width has been changed from 100 to 90, making the ideal division have a 30 combat width. Which is good to know. You need to know that. I don't necessarily pay enough attention to combat width and try to more just build divisions that look historically appropriate to me, figuring that should be and then, since certain divisions of certain countries did particularly well, that should be what you should have to have the similar success, but knowing, and we could pay attention to 30 width. Weather and terrain are much harsher. Organization takes longer to regain and is dependent upon infrastructure and supply. Lasts 4 weeks instead of 3 days. New units have been added, and the description for unique ones can be found below. Armored cars are split between combat and scout. Combat cars would generally have equal armaments to light tanks, but are cheaper and less durable. Now, I don't know. Opening a Coke here. Yeah, I guess you can hear that. And I will be reading some of the chat here in just a minute. Hate you, I guess. I don't know if that's how you pronounce that. In just a moment, we'll get back to that. But I don't know of a large-scale use. I'm not saying there wasn't one, and please always note my language. I try to be very careful with it. Like when I say I don't know, doesn't mean that there was not. Okay, I don't know of a large-scale use of armored cars as a sort of main combat type thing that you would use a tank as. Where as scouting type vehicles, yes. And I say large scale because, we can, Spanish Civil War and such battle, the Republicans used 10, civilian converted trucks that they did in the local factory as sort of like tanks. Yeah, okay, that ain't large scale continuous use. That's emergency use in some conditions of a, extemporaneous, war done on the cheap kind of thing. That's a bit different. So now it's not maybe an unreasonable what if, just think, what if Turkey had the ability to make trucks? They did not have that ability during World War II, just to be clear. But what if they had the ability to make trucks? And so they had the truck chassis and all that stuff, and they wanted to use those to build an ersatz tank and mount something like a PaK 38 on it, just because they can't make tanks. Yeah, okay. I could see that as being a substitute if need be, but that's about. Yeah, scout cars provide organization and can be used as recon. They also wield, which gives them different terrain modifiers. Okay, assault guns. They have much more armor and soft attack than self-propelled guns, but have less breakthrough in defense. I don't understand that. Why would assault guns versus self-propelled guns? What is the distinction? Yeah, with much more armor and soft attack. So if they're talking about the Martyr series unarmored versus Stugs Brumbars, and elephants? I don't know. I don't know. They also serve as front lines, making them a lot more vulnerable than self-propelled guns. Well, if you look at assault guns, kill-death ratios on the Eastern Front, they weren't very vulnerable. Okay, and they were very much so used in defense. So I don't entirely understand that. Don't worry, I'm going to get to the chat here. But as a result of their extra armor, they cost more too. Okay, well, yes. If your distinction is martyrs, tank destroyers, which could also, like the M10 in America and whatnot, versus thick armored vehicles, okay, sort of get some of that, but I don't get the lack of defense. Less breakthrough, well, I don't know if I get that either. I don't get that. I don't get this. I wish someone could explain it to me, why that is. But heavy units, currently field guns and infantry, have heavy variants. Field guns and infantry. Do they mean infantry guns? I don't know. Heavy infantry? I'm not sure. These are much better. And again, I haven't played into this at all, so I don't know. These are much better units than normal counterparts, but cost more and are slower and take more supply. Okay. Miscellaneous, there is a hard cap of 12 carriers per battle. Death stacks, or as I would call them, doom stacks, and just semantics, have been heavily nerfed. So the ideal fleet size is now 50. The number of screen ships required per capital ship is now 4 instead of 3. There are amphibious mechanized units for better naval invasion performance. Light tanks can also be used for recon. Okay, good. That's changes to the combat tech tree. Okay, I guess we're ready to play. Now let's look at that. It's like with all the strategy games I've encountered, StarCraft 2, more visible games, the big scheme of things, you hardly see women players in their event shrugs. Basically, you get minus 10% fatigue per war bonds. You only have to pay for the post-war. Okay, why you? Or you? Why? I don't know. Hate you? I don't know. Okay, good to know. Basically, 10% fatigue per war bond. You only have to pay post-war. Yeah. Now, I don't know. This game may be a lot more optimized for, like, fight World War II and then fight... what is it, Operation Unthinkable or whatever, Western powers versus Soviets and, round 2 or round 3 or however you want to do that. And yeah, and if you are setting up a game that is meant to be continued to play beyond the standard World War II era, ending in 45, 40, 46 kind of thing, yes, a lot of what Uncharted is talking about with war fatigue and bonds and all of that is very true, because it was JFK, John F. Kennedy, was the one that finally really got the U.S. away from tax brackets that were set up partially during the Great Depression and then later during World War II to absorb a lot of money and to pay for the war. So that's well into the 60s that America was paying for the war in economic elements because of bonds. Post some cat feed. Well, guess I could wander around my neighborhood with a cell phone and try to catch some cats doing something in my neighborhood. I don't have a cat myself, so yeah. Hello, Arno. Good to have you here. Okay, so that's a look at the changes here. We're going to come in here. I have definitely not looked through all of this because there's a lot here. That's what I mean. I definitely haven't looked through. So I'm jumping around a bit. Well, we can zoom out somewhat. Okay, just to show the size of this. Rational realization of the Wehrmacht. I don't know. We can do that. 21 days. I appreciate that a lot of these are at least faster, and there are times I hate the standard game that's that 4-year plan, 28 days, and then continue with Schacht. Point Goering. Rhineland, 35 days. Anschluss, going down through here. Okay, so we have a lot of that stuff. And then over sort of weird fantasy land, I guess they decided to keep that. That's something I would have, if I was making a total rebuild mod, I would just dump fantasy land. So I'm much more interested in making mods that are World War II based, not fantasy based. I do like Kaiserreich. It's a fantasy game, but it starts out that. So we're going to go for getting the Rhineland remilitarized. Like I said, have quickly look through this so I know some of the starts here. Let's that. Let's grab up the 222 reconnaissance vehicle and the Panzer IIA. Now, I do believe in 1936, I believe, I have to look up to be sure, the Panzer II was starting into production at the beginning of 1936. I remember talking to Podcat and saying that Germany should start with a bunch of Panzer Is in stock, but producing the Panzer II. Long time ago. So I think this should be what's looking at here? What's this? A Flak Panzer. Okay. Don't know whether it's a Flak Panzer, but whatever. Okay. Guess I had to use some sort of image. And yeah, getting to some other versions of the Panzer II and whatnot, sure, but the basic version should be ready to go into production, but really it should be the Panzer II being the standard production, or Panzer I, excuse me, should be the standard production. Oh, let's do radios. So how you been, Arno? Okay, let's look at our logistics here. We're starting air production. We have that. Infantry equipment, heavy infantry equipment, trucks, Marines. I don't think yet. So I'm looking at artillery. We don't have a stockpile of artillery or heavy artillery, so I don't want to put any in any units in training right now, just yet, to get up a bit of a stockpile. You can get Panzer IIA research instantly later in the Army focus tree. Okay, well, fair enough. But that isn't now. Because what I'm saying is, with this game, Hearts of Iron 4, you have a serious amount of time that getting production efficiency up. And that really only makes sense, and to the scale that I normally see it going, and it could be changed like we see here. See, look, it's 1936. We have 5 factories, or, you know, it could be just literally one building, but 5 industrial levels, or whatever, however you want to say this, that are producing Panzer Is, and it's only, what, about halfway to being efficient in production at this stage. Meaning they're still working out the kinks of production. That is sort of how I would see right now, is like going, oh, screw this, start building Panzer IIs. And you start building that up. So I get you that there's a later thing to do, which is cool, but it's not a now thing to do. How are we doing this? Oh, this is the 221. We're doing the 222. Okay. Well, let's... No. Let me go to... Let's come here. And again, I want to state again, there is more that I don't know about World War II than I know about World War II. So, yes, a lot of what I'm saying, and I don't even think that I think what I'm saying is, from that I know it all and I'm 100% correct. I don't think I am. I just think I have a fairly strong basis for thinking what I think. Not that our head is in need back, can't walk due to the pain, and now my back. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that, Arno. Took some blood to confirm that I now have some medicine for arthritis. Oh man, I'm sorry for that. Oh, there are definitely anti-inflammatories and whatnot. I'm sure that they're given to you. So I hope you get better, Arno. I know you've had knee problems before. Oh boy, I do hope you get better. Okay, well, we're going to look at some civilian factory. Well, okay. Again, I'm new to this. Let's we could use rubber, tungsten. Okay, so chromium, tungsten, and rubber. Well, there may be a synthetic factory for that. Aluminum. Oh, okay, that's not. Well, okay, currently we have plenty of aluminum. Yeah, I'm sure it sucks. I'm sure it does. Okay, so this is mainly an import thing here now. So, we don't really want to keep that big of a hit to our imports. So let's, from the Dutch East Indies, let's pick up, yes, 2 factories. It's pretty close to being efficient, worth of, and this is where I talk about the idea of, if you're doubling the number of factories, and then you're literally having the output, 1/2 of the output of a factory, and you're doubling the number of factories. What's the point of it? Well, what one of the point would be is, instead of like just one factory getting 20 of this rubber, you can do 2 factories and decide, well, do you want 10 rubber or do you want 20 rubber? More finely adjusted on it. So there, if things like that are useful in like having the production and doubling the factories, if some things that can use like half of what would have been half of a factory kind of thing. 515 for 6. I think for the moment we're going to, well, so again here, do I want this? Now, I want to bitch and moan about something here. I saw this earlier. Okay, trade influence. It was almost removed from the game. Trade influence. It was in the original game. It was almost it's because the first combat ready tank was only available 18 months after it entered production. Well, at least according to the wiki. Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't know the details of the Panzer II, and it's how long it gets into the Army's hands. I don't know. I'd have to look into more. Like I said, there's a lot I don't know. A lot I don't know about World War II. So don't. I do label what I'm doing here as commentary because I'm working off of memory, at least in most cases. So, and thank you, Arno. Yes, if everyone on YouTube can hit that like button, it certainly does help, especially while live. It might recommend it to some more people. From what little I know specifically of some of the contracts, the way a lot of it was arranged with, particularly pre-war, but even during the war, was the idea of, hey, yeah, work out with, MAN, or I guess Alket maybe comes along later, or Vomag, or whoever's making the tank itself, Figure out what it's going to be like, the industrial designers, architects, whatever, go in and do all the blueprints and figure all the stuff out, and everybody sort of agrees. Maybe make a prototype or two or something. In wood, I know that was quite common too, just to see that everything really actually fit and whatnot. And then you go, okay, yeah, we're going to produce this thing. At least in a few cases, if I remember correctly, the production was set up for a particular model, and it might be very much a submodel, like a batch of these things, and they're going to build like 150 of them, and they build 150 of the tanks and get them, all of them completed and done and sitting there, and then deliver them to the army. So it was only available in the first combat ready. It was, so it's not necessarily that the first tank takes 18 months to show up. It takes 18 months to do some of the stuff. So I don't know. I don't know indeed on that. So that seems awfully long, but I could be wrong. But here I am on lots more solid ground here. Like I say, trade influence is too low. Well, they almost removed trade influence from the game. Somebody, maybe the person who's talking to you right now, maybe, is the person who saved trade influence to keep it in the game, because I wanted to use it for my mod, Third Reich Events. Why? What makes them think that trade influence with America should be a negative 152? And so, base is 55, distance is 7, relations negative 200. What? Where France? What in there makes them think that this is, and why? Oh, I'm not used to using these symbols here. This is it. Okay. Why would we have Franklin Delano Roosevelt? Why dislikes Germany? Why would Franklin Delano Roosevelt and then they have autarky? Does America have autarky? I don't understand, if I'm reading this right, I don't understand why America would have autarky as a thing. Especially particularly Franklin Delano Roosevelt comes from a family very much dealing with international trade, particularly with Asia, I believe. But he has a very much international trade background and wants to foster international trade, as far as I know. But, okay, I don't know why Franklin dislikes Germany. Germany starts, oh, okay, a lot of other nations, yeah. No, it's German autarky gives you trade. Okay, German autarky. Okay. But this needs to be corrected somehow. Because this, how do I put this? Whenever, if you're building a game, again, Kaiserreich is a cool game, but Kaiserreich is a weird, wacky fantasy world, and I can get into a weird, wacky fantasy world, and so is, I don't know, Warhammer 40k, a weird, wacky fantasy world, dark one, but that's what it is. And if I want to go play those games, that is a good thing. But if I want to play a game that is based well, why does he particularly? Now, his family, he and his family very much had a lot of trade with China, and very well maybe especially more disliking of Japan. I don't see a natural dislike of Germany. Now maybe I'm not a FDR biography kind of person or something. I don't think I've ever like read a specific biography on it. Maybe there's something there that I'm just never heard of. But hey, you know, got to remember, Arno, them Germans and them Dutch, but them Germans helped us. No, wait a minute. No, they helped the other side. Does it? I don't know. Okay, so yeah, but so whenever a game, not just a mod, but a game fails to accurately represent history, there's something wrong, and it needs a correction. Okay, so like you can have a special boost. Dutch are perfect, no comment there. Yeah, right, Mr. Dutchman. Okay, to support my case, there should be a high trade opinion with America, because for steel or anything else, during this time, January 1936, Standard Oil, a company called Standard Oil, that not only is it called Standard Oil, it was Standard Oil, in that it was a monopoly of oil in America, so much so that in 1911, the government breaks up Standard Oil, but it still is one of the major employers, one of the major companies in America, was very much working with a company in Germany called, what was it? IG Farben. Maybe that's even a company here at one of these things here. Yeah, IG Farben, refining concern. So it's even a big enough one that makes it into the game. We're very, very much working together to create synthetic rubber, because both America and Germany had a synthetic rubber problem. America didn't have an oil problem. IG Farben is also working on liquefaction of coal. It's not really synthetic oil. It's just where synthetic rubber is taking something that isn't rubber to have similar properties of rubber, where liquefaction of coal is just taking coal and liquefying it and then turning it into gasoline or diesel or whatever, or just using it as oil, burning in ships and whatnot. But so they were deeply involved. IG Farben and Standard Oil were deeply involved, and also during this time period, and up and through to the end of World War II, Ford Motor Company, you may have heard of them. They're one of the big three automobile manufacturers in the United States. I don't know who was the biggest of the three, but they were one of the big three. Ford Motor Company has two factories in Germany. One in Berlin, the other one, Frankfurt, I think, maybe. I forget where, but it's somewhere around here. Frankfurt, pretty major automobile factories that would make trucks and use steel, in their production businesses. So that was going on, trade opinion. And General Motors, another one of the big three automobile manufacturers, and realize these automobile manufacturers and Standard Oil are massive employers, massive industries in the United States at this time. General Motors has a manufacturing company thing in Germany as well. A minor one, admittedly, maybe, but that for trade purposes and whatnot. Let's see, we can maybe look here for this thing. A minor manufacturer here in Germany, and yes, I'm being facetious, that is a wholly owned subsidiary, so 100% owned by America. Same with the Ford manufacturing, no local ownership. 100% owned by American company, manufacturing in Germany that's called, oh, what was it again? Oh, Opel. And they manufactured, well, I guess it was the primary and best known truck that Germany uses during World War II is made by an American manufacturing company in Germany. Opel is, again, 100%. That's GM Motors. General Motors in Germany is Opel. They make, they designed, they make, I mean, they may have used local designers, but they make the Opel Blitz. So are we somehow thinking that there is in any way negative trade elements between Germany and America in 1936. Now, 1940, I think it is 1940, or is it 41? Right somewhere in there, I'd have to look. The U.S. does seize all German national assets in America, seizes them, takes them over, and embargoes trade with Germany and Italy before the war breaks out between U.S. and Germany. This is, at some point there gets to be a no-go on trade for sure. But in 1936, I think I just demonstrated the idea that, I'm not absolutely sure Germany was importing oil from Standard Oil. They very well may have been. But the only reason they wouldn't have been importing Standard Oil is if they could import oil from somewhere else cheaper. Not because in any way the U.S. would limit exports to Germany in 1936, 1937, 1938, maybe getting around 39 and the war breaking out, you might get that. So this is one thing that really just jumped out at me. And here's my problem with this. This is obviously known by the developers as a thing here. And there's something called the Gell-Mann amnesia effect. Okay. Gell-Mann is just like a name that was thrown in there. Amnesia effect. And to give an example of what this is let's say a plumber is reading the newspaper. This is, thinking. And he sees an article describing how to do some plumbing thing. And he reads it and goes, that's BS. You did that. The sink wouldn't work or the washing machine wouldn't work. It just wouldn't possibly work. This guy who wrote this article doesn't know what he's talking about. This is BS. This guy doesn't know. Turns the page and goes, oh, this is a very good article on how to do carpentry. I ought to build myself a chair using this. He's forgetting that he just read an article in a field that he knew that he knew what he was going to be seeing, or what that was BS, but then turns the page and believes what he reads coming out of an authority of like a newspaper, a magazine, or a game or mod, and presume that the next thing is correct, as opposed to it's just equally BS. A decision is Germany to buy fuel from USA. Suppose there is still a small representation in trade. Yeah, and so, hey, this may come off as I'm being harsh on it, but I really don't think I am, because I'm looking at anything critically on any of this stuff. And so, I don't know, Britain, again, I don't know why there would be terribly negative British feelings here at this point for trade with Germany. As way to steal. And what's the Soviets like for oil right now? Do they not have oil? Soviet. What? Well, they don't have any of that. Do they not have any? The Soviets not have anything? But why is the Soviet trade opinion so low? Why is the Soviet picture? I mean, I understand. I guess they may not have anything that they could sell right now, but why would Soviet be so low? That seems ridiculous too. There was a lot of, and it only increases, but it goes from before the Nazis come to power, when the Nazis are in power, and then enhanced with the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, Soviet-German economic ties that I could go into in a massive way. So gives no resources to the market. Okay. Hello, Tank Axe. I don't know if I said hello to you specifically. Soviet collective economic policies give no resources to the market. What the hell? What? That was a big deal for the Soviet. They love exporting to the West. They did that as much as they could, to the point of starving themselves at times, literally. Yeah. Holodomor. I don't know that they were exporting food at that time. That was mostly just taking it up to Moscow area. But, oh God. I don't know. You should watch a movie called Ninochka. Great movie. Ninochka. Great movie. Melvin Douglas and Greta Garbo. Oh boy, Greta Garbo. Oh God, there was massive amounts of trade. There's mass Soviet zero. That seems stupid. I mean, I don't have facts and figures in front of me now, but we can look. You can look at. I don't know if anybody here has ever watched Babylon Berlin, a recent TV series. They're coming out with a new season, hopefully, damn soon. That talks about prior to the Nazis coming to power, talks about the trade between the Soviet Union and Germany. I know it continues after the Soviets. Or after the Nazis come to power. More of a U.S. player myself, but I do recommend exploring the German focus tree to see if that changes things. I'm not entirely familiar with it to see. Okay, Tank X, yes, and I that's one of the reasons I'm looking at Germany, because so many players do play it as their primary. An old poll that had all the majors in it that was put out years ago for Hearts of Iron 3. And you could pick more than one choice. It wasn't just pick one. It was pick. But 70% of players played as Germany. Now they may have picked 3 boxes: Germany, Britain, and Italy or something. But any one player could pick. But what nations do you play? And it was of the majors, and you tick the boxes. And so we go over 100%, obviously, and it was by far the largest, with I think it was 30 or 40%. I forget what it was. That was whatever the second nation was. So it was by far the dominant nation that people play. So yeah. Because the Soviet government, I agree that there isn't a market institution of buying and selling things in the Soviet Union, of collectivization and whatnot. Totally agree with that. But the Soviet government itself was very much in the way of doing things. Okay, so right now, this got us onto this. Right now we have enough aluminum, we have enough steel. So I'm not going to build any more at this moment aluminum or steel plants. That's what I started to just look at here. But okay, so let's drop down here in some zones that look like are reasonably well developed and have 3 slots to put some steel factories in to at least get that going. I know this is a slow start here, but I want to look at this, and that's part of what we're doing here. Let's look at decisions. Okay, let's see. Influence. Okay, internal factors. SS and Wehrmacht are both vie for supremacy. Both will not tolerate. Okay, I'm not entirely understanding this. Those core steel mills and do that at the moment. MIFO bills. Get from Steve. I think there's, yeah. Okay. I would also recommend building sieves because you're high fatigue. Okay, yes, thank you for that recommendation. I normally do start out building building sieve factories, and I understand sieve factories now require different things than military factories. Okay, interesting historical fact. The Soviet Union did not have the capabilities to produce the T-34 tanks and the KV tanks. It just did not have could not make those tanks. Germany had big steel rolling mills. And the Soviet Union at this time, this era, in the 1930s, did not have steel rolling mills that could produce the armor for those tanks or for proper battleship armor of a bigger scale. It just did not have it. And it did not have the capability to make the steel rolling mills. Now, eventually, it probably could have, because build the tools to build the tools to build the tools to then build the steel rolling mills. It takes multiple steps. So, Germany sells one or more, I'm not sure exactly how many, steel rolling mills to the Soviets so that the Soviets could build T-34 tanks to defeat Germany. Now, I don't think the Germans realized this at the time. They knew they were selling some big steel rolling mills to the Soviets, and I think the Germans presumed that they were going to be used to build battleships. Well, the Germans really didn't care that much about Soviets having battleships or not. So they sell, now in very few other places, and I think the US may be at the time, but maybe Britain does too, and I don't know. But again, there's a lot I don't know about the war. But I think it may be only the U.S. is the other nation that had steel rolling capability armor capability at that scale. But I could be wrong about that. So Germany sells the steel rolling mills to the Soviet Union, thinking that won't do that much harm. Now, Germany is not interested in Soviet rubles. So they're going to have to pay the government in gold, in silver, in British pounds, or in resources. I don't know quite what they paid in. I mean, I don't know, but I know it isn't just, according to the guide, it is recommended build military factories until you can rush IG Carbon and start spamming synths. Okay. Build military factories. Well, I'm going to start off with these civilian factories first. We're going to produce some civilian factories. Then we may switch over. But we're still just obviously in the beginning of the game. Okay. Decisions. Okay. Insufficient resources. Well, let's get this going. So I definitely know that there was significant trade with the West and the Soviets. More free civilian factories. Okay, well, And yeah, synthetic factories would be a very good thing, I think. Now, here's my other bitch. And this goes for Hearts of Iron 4 generally. This is what happens with a lot of Paradox games. I just wish World Ablaze would address this. I fucking hate this. I mean, this is the level, I'm going to swear, I really do hate this. Why the hell is all of this god-awful shit empty? Why? It's like, oh, 1936. Germans are standing around. Well, we don't have any government ministers. Well, maybe we should appoint some. Well, we have to wait to get political influence to be able to appoint government ministers. Dun, 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 dun. And they're going to sit around and do that? Now, when it was explained to me, and other people, I mean, I was just one of the people paying attention to it at the time, but several of us were engaging in conversation, that the political power, I mean, it is a mana system, we have to admit, and Paradox loves mana systems. But it was explained to me is you can't just constantly swap out these, because in real life, if you swap out your, various defense ministers, various economic ministers, it causes disruption in your government, and it isn't done every day, and they're absolutely right about that. But god damn it, put something of a historical start in this kind of thing. Now, a nation like Hungary probably wouldn't start with a naval builder because, it's landlocked. And probably may not have enough of an aircraft manufacturing to really be considered to have Hungary to have a proper aircraft thing in play or something like that. I definitely get this. But Germany, not to pick one of these, not like the best one or the optimized one, but pick one that would probably start with. And then you might go, well, we're starting with Falkwolf, I'd rather have Messerschmitt. And then you got to use political power to change it. Let's start with 2, 3 of these governors. Somebody like Schacht, because he was there at the time. Hess was pretty top. Maybe Goebbels at the start. And definitely not Ribbentrop, because he wasn't and he was still minor functionary. Martin Bormann, those guys were very minor. Maybe you want to have von Roth as start. Pick with a starting lineup, and then cost us to change it. That's what it should be. I mean, now maybe not all of these general slots and all of these military high commands should be up there. Women at home. I guess that's more or less. I mean, it's sort of the, not quite as simple as that. No bonds, okay, so we can do those. Those will need a lot more civilian factories. Okay. No propaganda, small scale propaganda. Other than starting you out with something that reduces your daily political power gain, I don't know why you would presume that the Nazis in 1936 don't have at least that, if not that, currently running. That is just ridiculous. Rhineland and proclaiming the Axis powers will give you a shit ton of PP. Okay, very good, very good. Like I say, this is all, I'm very, very new to this. So we have, about 30 some days. Okay. Or the other thing would be, of course, is just to give you a huge amount of political power to pick that out. But see, I would rather, as a game developer, which a modder is, I would rather start you with a historical start and make you spend the political power to get what you think, whatever that may be, the optimal choices. Like if you want to, it might start out with, say, a bomber aircraft manufacturing, but you want to go for fighter aircraft, optimization or whatever. You pick out your optimization. Like, do you want to have a big surface fleet, or do you want to go subs, or whatever it is? So it's just, instead of you picking it, you got to make your choices on political power. To I don't know why. Let's use default symbols here. Come on now. That should be the default. Yes, good. Now I can read them better. No, but I hate this, and this is a paradox thing. I hate this sort of progressivism, that you got to build into it. Like I said, there very well may be empty slots for some nations at the start of a game, because that's just something they really didn't do at that time. Iron shortage in 6 days, bauxite shortage 6 days. Well, I thought we were making plenty of this stuff. Huh? Huh? What? Okay. Iron. Bauxite. Okay, so we need to import bauxite. Kingdom of Hungary. Okay. Germany, I do know, was sort of somewhat low on the bauxite thing. Okay, so we need to do that, but iron. Before your steel mills start collapsing, your default is always good at 400. Right. Right. Okay. Yeah. Over here. Okay. Okay. We can go to. You produce. Why do we need so much iron in 1936? I don't get that. I don't get that. Yes, I understand the bauxite and iron is needed, but why do we need... Well, but it's 1936. Needing so much. Do understand that the iron, the steel, I should say, that's coming out of here, wherever exactly the factory is special steel. They actually have I've had a little trouble trying to figure out what it was because they've mined it out so badly. They think it was steel mixed with tungsten naturally, or iron mixed with tungsten that made a really good steel alloy. And it was normally the main thing was super high quality steel, not just steel. So, which let me look here again here. Okay, yeah, okay, guys. Here's a fault with this. To the best of my knowledge, again, to the best of my knowledge, Sweden has little or no tungsten So why does Sweden have tungsten here? You can reactivate any mills that might have gone offline in the decision tab. Okay. So why does Sweden have tungsten? Ah, I know. Because it was producing really super good steel. And so the designers decided to give it tungsten to sort of represent that high level steel. And that's what Germany was getting from. It's sort of a tungsten replacement. It was thought to being because the devs did have access to some. I'm not sure what they were, but some records from the time period about the exporting of steel to Germany and German steel production, and that it really sort of showed that they didn't really need this more steel. What they needed was the high quality steel, because either that or Germany would need to import tungsten from somewhere else and then mix it with, in the steel manufacturing process to come up with high quality steel to make machine tools in particular, but also armor or super penetrating rounds or other similar sorts of things. So this is sort of already represented in here. So this is a little bit iffy. Okay, so let's see. So it's deactivated my, because we didn't have enough. Reactivate core steel mill. Okay, let's. Okay, remilitarization of the Rhineland German power. Okay, that isn't a shit ton of political power. That's just enough to do one person, basically. Ah, that's screwy. That's screwy. Political power gain now. So if we do this, which is my first instinct, not so great. But let's see, if we do this, we'll do political power gain and get to the second one faster. So we're going to do this one first. But that ain't what I call a shit ton of political power. It's political power, certainly, but it's not some huge amount to get me my government functioning. Okay, let's start the 4-year plan early, because it's really more September, October, but whatever. Maybe it'll give me corrections. Mister. Gonna get me enough steel. Just we need to reactivate that again. Now we're just -1. Okay, manually. Okay. Not the most terrible thing. Well, that's a better. A little deficiency I'm not really worried about. I want to try to get my civilian economy. Let's look here at production. Are we making trains by any chance? I should probably have to go there. Up here. No, we're not making trains. We've been playing. Okay. Let's come up here. Okay, 4-year plan and path to progress. Path to greatness, I guess I should read correctly. Okay. That party is not factious. No. This remove checked as a possible, maybe. We get Walter Funk. Well, 28 days, 21 days army experience. Luftwaffe innovations. Vital. Name Nexus Powers. West Wall. Government. Okay, I guess this is the path we want to take now. I'm going to ignore spying for now. Not that it's not useful or anything like that, it's just
Achtung!
not what I want to play with right now.
Ausrücken! Ausrücken!
I don't know if we should be building any railways at this time, or supply or other reasons. Yeah. Now we're getting sort of low on the steel again. Let's look at our import. We're still in a positive. See if there's a reactivation core steel mill there. There we go, proper positive. Okay, massive political power per day. Okay, tank X, thank you. But still, and again, it's just a general objection to this whole thing here. Yeah, let's do this for a while. We can. I don't know if it's going to disappear in a few days. Probably a stupid move, but I want to see how that goes. Does it just make Walter Funk, or should I call him Walter Radio? I don't know. No, Walter Funk. Available, or does it remove Shack? Jack was removed as what, Reich Minister of Economics or whatever called, but he stayed on at the Reich Bank until the sort of invasion of Czechoslovakia. I think that's about when he left the government. Army current, but what does that do? Does that change something? Nope. Okay, we still have Shack there, it looks like. Okay. Reich Autobahn. Okay, more infrastructure. Auxiliary Autobahn. Okay. KD. Ooh, there's a lot of military factories there. 35 days. Hermann Göringberg. Full control of that. Significantly increases economic fatigue by 5%. Replaces with straight economy goods. Add steel mill. Okay. I don't want to claim access powers just yet. Or maybe I do. Do I? Okay. Condor Legion. Well, maybe I do want to. 14 days. What is this? Celebration Olympics. Okay, I guess we want to do that. Yeah, I guess so. Let's try that.
Angetreten.
We can get the lead.
Bereit.
And for we'll go with Ingolstadt.
Befehle.
Hey, thanks for following. Do appreciate it. Hello, Julius. How you doing? Okay. Proclaiming the access powers. Very nice. Yes, okay. That will help out. Okay. Treaty of Mutual Assistance. 7 days. Mutual assistance. Okay, well, not bad. Not bad. Celebration Olympics has happened. Focus will. So we have to wait for the Olympics to happen. Condor Legion. Wait for the Civil War. That does, of course, make sense. I do like a lot of what I'm seeing. Nazi economics. Where's appointment of Göring? Reichsarbeitsdienst. Not bad. Immediately decreases economic by 4%. Replace trading with 22%. Okay. Expanding domestic mining. The DAF. What does the DAF do? Okay, just civilian factories. There's so huh? I don't see a Göring. Huh? I just being blind, tote, spear, Ballman, Schracker, Goebbels, Foreman, Hitler. Now is it to the Luftwaffe? No, that's the Navy. No, not here, Göring? Does it require this, Göring? Okay. Right, well, I guess we can do that. What is it here? For better wages, stability. %, factory output is pretty good, I see. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm just trying to understand what's going on is all, and not just blindly going into this. Again, some of you guys are Hearts of Iron 4 only players and have not played Hearts of Iron 3, but I've looked into this fairly deeply because I make a mod called Third Reich Events, which is expanded beyond just an event mod, that deals very in-depth with the National Socialist government and how it functions and how it works. So I've dug into this very deeply. So I'm maybe overly critical. I know I'm highly critical, but I don't know if I'm overly critical or not. State Nazi leadership. Okay, well, yeah, I guess we'll do that. Okay, there. Okay, requires. Hello, Beamslam. Pretty good. I'm looking at the World Ablaze mod, as you could probably tell from that. I don't know. Maybe. Oh well, no. Okay, oh, I guess I just meant this. Just meant this. Nazi economics. Okay, just meant that. Well, I think we're going to go with this first. 35 days. So we're going to go with that first. Okay, well, we didn't need to put Goring. Well, we were going to put Goring in there anyways, but didn't maybe need to put him there right away. Yeah, maybe we'll get a little more.
Right.
Military Officer Corps. Chief of the Army or theorists. So you can come here, I think, and I think you can also come over here, maybe get some of the same things, but I'm not exactly sure. Yes, I have been playing day and night Hearts of Iron 3, testing my mod again. So, okay, we want to spend the political power. Don't know if we're going to do this now. And again, it does matter because you should be able to have some choices, but you should start with like Bloomberg and Fritsch, and now a dead mod that I went in and I created a mod that is no longer functional, but for Hearts of Iron 4 that made it like Hearts of Iron 3 in the government, and I gave up on it because of work of doing all the nations, but it had slots like economic minister. So, and you had choices of economic ministers, not, you had to pick the one you wanted. You couldn't like have, Speer, Todt, and Schacht and Walter Funk all at once. You just had to pick one kind of thing. But that would be the economics minister slot with whatever benefits the particular one would give. And then it would be, diplomatic. Who are you going to have? Is it going to be Ribbentrop or von Roth or some other option? That kind of thing. Make it the slots like Hearts of Iron 3. I believe that is a better functioning system than what they do now. So we could do this, but we're not yet building, we don't have the 150, but we're not yet building military factories. Yeah, I think we're going to wait to 150 because maybe we want to put somebody like Goebbels, which will get us 10% political power gain, weekly war support, and daily fascist support. Okay, that might be something we want to do. Okay, hello, Darth Canale. Recruit divisions, you need a lot. Okay, well, what I was doing was, and now we have some reserves of equipment. I didn't quite know how much we need, so I wasn't doing any. Let's do, I could do that, I guess. We'll set location, see how this goes. We'll set that as a location. Hey Mauricio, how you doing? Get Bormann and Goebbels. Why Bormann and Goebbels? Because we currently have Hess. Silent workhorse, political power gain 20%. I don't know how that would be different between that. Maybe. Goebbels we are going to see about getting, I think, next. So glad you're getting medicine for that, because arthritis is something, I guess, dealing with the, oh God, I'm not a doctor, so I even hardly want to say this, but something dealing with the lack of cartilage on the joints and whatnot. And I don't know how easy or difficult it is to sort of rebuild that cartilage, but you can definitely get anti-inflammatory type medicines that will reduce the inflammation. And let's see, look at that, just doing that. That's a better color than this goddamn fucking turquoise. I hate this turquoise. Has nothing to do with any of the mod, it just I hate the goddamn turquoise. What? Oh, he has a max of 2? Is that what it is? Okay, well. Put that on Klug. Does he have a max of 1? Wow. That's weird if that's what I'm reading it right as. Also, okay, check some of them like Anschluss are locked behind, yeah, army size. I did see 600,000. If I didn't say hello, Darth, hello. That's why you need to constantly recruit divisions until the start of the war. Okay, good to know. Okay, we are getting, vitamin C. Okay, that's what he's saying. Okay, vitamin C, that very well could be. I know a lot of people that promote just generally having vitamin C up to be a good thing. So yeah, I would think that is a reasonable thing to take, and I don't know that it's going to have a negative side effect of any. I hope not. Hello, CA Old. How you doing today? Why would you restrict them? Okay, so we got the 222, the armored car, one of my favorite. I think it's sort of a cool armored car. Don't know how the A and the B differ, but whatever. Okay. Black Panzer, Bison, Panzerjäger. Well, let's look. I am definitely okay with just still in May. Haven't got to do that yet. Definitely an infrastructure first kind of person, but it doesn't look like there's much infrastructure. So let's. Okay, that's way ahead of the time. Those aren't. Okay, let's just do this for the fun. For the lulz. Move the cursor over the manpower to see how many soldiers you have field. Okay, manpower. You know, I've been playing there. Okay, so we currently have 400,000, it looks like. 411,000. We need to get 600,000 to get Anschluss. Let's see. I did hover over that over here. Okay, and then divisions in certain regions. The problem, I don't know how it is for the AI. Don't know. But the problem that the devs had, they wanted what is right down in here, where it says at least 5 divisions in the 2 different Ober, Bayern, and Niederbayern. They had a problem with having the AI get the divisions into the area. So I don't know how that will work. Guess there and there. Okay, so in these you got to get the divisions down to here. They had a problem with that because that was original design concept for Hoi 4, and it was, like I say, abandoned because of the inability to get the AI to do that with it. Well, the AI does it on time. Okay, Darth, it does. Well, interesting. That is interesting. So I know that was one of Podcat's things that he wanted to make sure that they had a threatening size, not just the size of army, but army on the border kind of thing. Thanks, Arna.
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
Okay, we'll give this to Dad again. Okay, come on, let's go for a more pinker look, shall we? This way. Come on, how do you do pink here? You like okay, no, not yellow, not red, not purple. Pause. Hey, don't you know I'm playing with a? I mean, like a nice bright pink. Pink is the color of Panzers. You guys didn't know. A Waffenverband, however you pronounce it. Okay, well, it doesn't look like more purple to me. I don't know. Okay, well, they're sort of dull. I think we can deepen it somehow. I don't know. Yeah, 36, but we're a bit ahead, but when you take Czechoslovakia, you get another line of Panzer. Very good. Full efficiency, very good. That's yeah, they were just getting the 38T into proper production when Germany rolls in. That's light tanks are going to be your early workhorse until, yeah, that's very true, historically at least. Okay, so we got KDF wagons, scheme, and more of those. Very good. So now that we're pushing here, so I'm looking at here and some of the stuff that I'm seeing that this adds Reichsarbeitsdienst, which construction speed, but it also moderately decreases economic fatigue by 4%. So I'm trying to sort of put some fatigue. Is there a place, I'm guessing, to see economic fatigue, an overview? Maybe not. I don't know. Where do I find that? Me for bills. Oh. Factories. No. Ah. Oh yeah, no, the mod, I'm picking around its edges with my criticisms, not at the core elements of the mod. So yeah, I am impressed by this. Economic fatigue is on the ministers tab. Okay, law, government, ministries here. No, here. Okay, here we go. Warping economy, 32%. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I thought that was somewhere. So reducing construction speed by 35%. All right. So let's gain a research slot. That'll be useful. So we'll do that. Do we have? No, we don't have an open one now. We have some free military factories. Let's see. Civilian train. 2.5 years to get one train. Oh well, no, it's 7 years. Really? 7 years? Oh, maybe because we don't have enough other resources. You know, it just uses steel. We have a positive amount of steel. Now we're training 2 years. Now we're training. Now we're training 1 year, 1 1/3 year. For 2 years, yes. I got that. Factory's output is 2 point. You should reduce at least 5 each. Now I trust 1.3 trains per year. Right, okay, yeah, but it's still going to take a year to get the first train out at this current level of efficiency. Now, obviously, it's like 1% efficiency. Well, I don't know how fast that's going to climb, but that seems like it's taking a long time. Like I say, seems. Okay, well, okay, we are currently leveling up on fuel. Let's see, if we build a fuel silo, let's stick one. Let's stick one up. Okay, so, yeah, don't want to stick one up there, outside of, not in Berlin, but there we go. We'll do that. We'll increase the. And we've gone way too long. We're going to not end the live stream, but this is going to end this episode of my first real look at the World Ablaze mod, which is a very good mod. I'm so far appreciating what they're doing. Just I have problems with it, but then again I have problems with a lot of things, so nothing special there. Those watching later on YouTube, thank you so much for making this far. If you haven't already, of course, please try to hit that like button. And post your questions, comments, corrections below. Love hearing from you. See you next time for more Hearts of Iron. Okay, yeah, don't worry, guys. We're going to keep going. I just wanted to break this up into small things. Another. Yes, it seems. Yes, but it seems a lot. Yeah, it does seem a lot. I don't know. Maybe it will get better. I don't know. Well, I'm sure it will as efficiency gets better, but that seems awfully slow. Burn there. Okay. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer1745 here, and we're continuing our look at World Ablaze for Hearts of Iron 4 No Step Back DLC. I think all you really need are the free the free updates and not necessarily the DLC. United Kingdom dominates that trade. I'm not caring about Dutch trade right now. In this playthrough. Okay, yes, and we can do another minister here, and we're going to pick up good old Clubfoot. Clearly an example of the superhuman race. That's a bad image of Goebbels. And thank you, Arno, for banning him. We can do it. Let's get that going. No, we're gonna submarines that we're mostly done here before we go to some of those other destroyers.
Ihre Befehle!
I'm going to use our last commander, Mogul.
Zuhören!
Now we have another bot over on YouTube too. Arno likes crushing bots. does a very good job with it.
Achtung!
Signal companies, yay. And we also got the Luftwaffe thing, which gives us another research slot as well. Okay. Well, yeah. I don't know what I should do. Sort of ignoring naval. Sorry, Arno, this playthrough. Yeah, we'll push ahead. We're gonna come. Basic industry. Okay, we'll wait to 7 days to get some of that done. Yes, there's economic fatigue. We can see here currently we're at 33%. We just brought in Goebbels, which I was hoping he was going to weekly war support, but I don't know if that undoes the thing. Does it? Okay, national focus. We got this, passenger planes. Great Sky Wars. Don't need the West Wall just yet. 35 days, naval effort. I'm gonna get down to here, but this is. Italy requires. Well, it's contract bonuses, military factories. We need Hermann Goering work, which I'm not against getting. Okay, we're going to do Hermann Goering work. Our tanks of Panzer IV are in separate tank classes. Early Panzer IVs are infantry support. Panzer IIIs will be mediums. We need research of Panzer IV-G. The Panzer IVs can be converted to mediums. Okay, that's interesting. Interesting how that's done. Okay, we're waiting. That's right. Okay, and okay, well. A couple of more. You can tell I like civilian factories. And do a few. Okay, Italy finally win. Days left. Doctrines available. Do I want to get a doctrine here? Basic industry. Okay, pause. I'm guessing these are not mutually exclusive, meaning fighter and bomber and that. It's just which one you go down. Okay, but these I think are mutually exclusive. Yeah, these are mutually exclusive with each other, but I don't think, and we'll see here in a moment. Reception detection bonus. I like interception better. Okay, so yeah, okay, it didn't undo these or make these a no-go. Okay, good. Good to know. Hello, Baba Booey, how you doing? This is the World Ablaze mod for Hearts of Iron 4 No Step Back. Okay, well, now that we have this done, we can do this here, 80 days, 120, efficiency, factory. Yes, okay, first we want to get that one done. And then we will get vulnerability reduced. Ali Selasie's speech. Ali Selassie, or however you pronounce the name. Ali Selassie, I don't know. The world celebrates him now and back then, but realize he was definitely a popular king for, I'll use the term, his tribe. It's probably larger than his tribe, but for his faction. But he was pretty much a tyrant to the rest of Abyssinia, Ethiopia, whatever you want to call it. He was in essence an empire in that it was ruling over multiple cultural groups, and those other cultural groups did not at all appreciate Haile Selassie's being in power. So keep that in mind. Okay, how are we doing for equipment? Okay, we need more artillery. We're just producing 4 divisions currently. We've pumped up heavily together to get these things. Okay, so now we're at 1 a month. Well, that's much better. Okay, 1 a month. We probably don't need all 10 of these, but we're going to keep it there for the moment until we get better production and we can reduce it down. Let's see about converting this to the 222A. Don't know what the 222B model differences are, but whatever. Now that's a pretty big hit. There isn't that much of a difference between the 221 and the 222. I do think they may be on different engine chassis. I'm not sure of that. Maybe. These guys have not enough tungsten to do properly. But I have a suspicion they may be on the same engine chassis. Wait, yes, it is a very good military count to aim for pre-war would be good. Factories pre-war 200. Wow, that's a lot. Okay, and we have 100 almost now. Okay, so doubling. Right. Good to know. We'll keep that in mind. Yeah, it's this here. And we're at 34%. We will be doing a few things that will reduce the fatigue. I have a disagreement with Uncharted on how big of effect this should have. My challenge to anyone who wants to take it up and who disagrees with me, I would like to see whether it's some sort of statistical documentation or just anecdotal information of the economic fatigue that there was in any of these countries. Let's not talk about the Soviet Union. Everything in the Soviet Union is a lie, okay? They lied to themselves. I've gone into this before. They lied to the outside world. They lied to themselves because, just briefly, is if your target goal for your factory is to produce 100 toasters a day, if you don't, somebody in that factory must be sabotaging your production. So somebody in that factory, and if you can't pull one of the workers out, and one of the random workers, unless you have one of the managers, and the managers on top, somebody's going to go to the gulag. Okay, so that factory chief is going to report that he sent out 100 toasters that day, and if the delivery, when it's delivered somewhere, we only got 90 toasters. The railway company must have sabotaged it and stole 10 toasters. It would always, so everyone was lying to themselves. They were lying to the system, so nothing, we can't trust anything coming out of the Soviet Union. I'm not saying every single fact is probably wrong, but but it may not be wrong in the big aggregate, meaning they may have generally knows what's going on. I'm not saying it's all pure fantasy, but they lied to themselves. So Soviet economics we don't even want to talk about because we don't have good enough data. But in this period, in this build-up period, I would like to see real concrete evidence of, at this time, inflationary measures that were caused by the increase in war production. Now it's different once we get into the war. There's all kinds of stuff going on, but that are specific to war production, because there are other measures going on that are, hey, when Germany takes over Austria and Czechs, don't they get decision to take their gold to reduce fatigue? Yeah, communists are Mauricio. Well, yeah, I mean, they're dishonest too, but I'm just talking within the Soviet system at this time. They were lying to themselves, not just like for propaganda reasons, but for various reasons. And one of the books I read some years ago went into, and I'm just giving an overview, but why this was so. And so they lied to themselves. But I would like to see, like TIK talks about the coal thief and, the coal shortages in Germany. And he did a really nice video on it. But those coal shortages in Germany, and because he really likes markets, and I talked about this earlier in the other episode, he really likes markets as a way to figure out the distribution of goods and services, okay? But it's more, the reason there wasn't enough coal was trains, at least in this period, 36, 38, whatever, were often prioritized for passenger use and convenience. And the engines, the rolling stock. So obviously a coal car isn't the same thing as a passenger car, but allocations of engines, allocations of production for stuff. That's more mismanagement and not related, as far as I can tell, to the production of armaments and the buildup of armaments in Nazi Germany. And I'm not saying that you couldn't have gone into, in 1936 or 1938 or something, some sort of total war Speer type organization of the economy to crank out as much weapons as possible, to do that kind of thing. And some of the things here are, the different laws that you, here is this. So yes, if you're going to total mobilization in 1936, I'm not disagreeing with a lot of what Uncharted is doing here and his team. But that's not what they were doing, and we currently have just partial mobilization here. So it's not that level of taking over the economy. And so I would really like They're anecdotal, but illustrative of where you have what we would generally call inflationary concerns based on war production. I know in the U.S. you have there is no war production going on in 1936 of any significant note. They're in the middle of the Depression. Britain, minor. France, minor. Japan, well, it's sort of gearing up. But so I really challenge this here, that we should be under this kind of stuff, because I just don't see it in all of my readings. And I've read a bunch of books on National Socialist Germany. And I don't mean generals and battles. Hitler's Compromises, and others. I don't want to start spewing out wrong titles here. I should make a list of some titles. What does conquering another country lower your economic fatigue? That's well. Yeah, I don't know that taking over like Czechoslovakia lowers Germany's economic fatigue. I don't know that taking over Austria lowers its economic fatigue. I don't know how it would. And again, reading. I don't see that. Much more of a Fall Weiss, or we'll see if we get that far even, but not today. I'm probably, because I'm talking too much and we're still in 1936. But more of a historical start, I presume, Mauricio. So I just don't see where I see real problems for Germany, and from my readings and my studying, however you want to say it, with international exchange. If you're a German and you want to leave the country, it is very hard to take money out of the country. A lot of people go on very inexpensive trips around parts of Europe, not because they can't afford more, but it's like, oh, you're going to go for 10 days? Okay. You can take $100 out. You can spend $10 a day. What? No, that's all you get to take out, because you take out that money and you're going to then exchange it, foreign currency exchange, and they're worried about the exchange rates, and so they're extremely worried about the exchange rates, and so a lot of people that could afford to have a bit nicer a holiday go on bicycle holidays or ride in the cheapest train categories and stay in the cheapest hotels around other parts of Europe, just because they cannot take out enough of their own money. So there's real currency controls because of the way the situation is. So there's that. But I don't know that any of those currency controls are in relation to the military buildup. Those currency controls are mainly focused on there's a limited amount of foreign currency that Germany has, or gold or silver, and they want to buy resources outside of Germany to build up their industry. The industry isn't necessarily building it up for pure military, but it's just building up the industry. And so there's a lot of limitations, and you have to get special permission to use materials that need to be imported, like rubber. And I don't see, but that's using it. And in 1936, there's not a lot of trucks being made for the army. I mean, there are trucks being made for the army, but it's not a lot. It's just trucks being made and used in Germany that there's a rubber shortage. And yes, I do watch a bunch of TIK videos, into where it was almost cheaper or easier, no, maybe not cheaper, but easier to just go out and buy a new truck to get the tires off of it, and then try to dump the truck somehow. And so the allocation of rubber is very difficult, and that's why they're pumping very much money into synthetic rubbers. But I don't see that. I could be entirely wrong, but none of it's been explained to me that it's because of the high needs of rubber. Well, yes, financial protectionism is definitely going on there, Mauricio, in Germany, very much so. But again, that is not, especially I'm looking at 36, 37, 38. I don't see that as being primarily driven, because they're needing to make planes or tanks or rifles or something like that. I don't see that. Maybe it's going. There's more that I don't know about World War II than I know about World War II. So, and I know of books. I haven't read all of Tooze's work. Tooze, Tooze, however you pronounce his name. So yeah, hey, thanks for following. Those on YouTube, if you're new here, you can hit the subscribe button. Also, if you're on Twitch, I do have a YouTube channel. I'm streaming live to both. If you want to have that as an option to watch there, for whatever reason, you can, or to watch my videos later, you can check me out. You should be able to scroll down and see a link to my YouTube channel below the chat down there. And so there's a lot of that going on. So I'm not saying Nazi economics were some sort of, brilliant economics. They weren't. God, they weren't. Or something that doesn't have certain levels of price controls or whatnot. But they weren't as fascist as fascism. That's for sure. They were more market-based than you might think. Thank you, Arno. So that's sort of one of my fundamental disagreements. Oh, we need more. Okay. We look like, because we've been expanding our factories. Let's see, trade. We need more of this stuff coming in. More iron. Okay, well, that helps some. Let's yeah. Well, that's just enough at the front. Okay, Panzer IIA's radio detection now. Well, we're July 36. Well, is there something? Okay, no, a little too far in the future for me wanting to do that now. Year and or half a year ahead. Switching over. Hmm. 39 looks to be the year for the big push for artillery. We might want to swap over some of the companies for that. No, I don't want to be here. And I'm very happy to be corrected. I want to learn more about World War II. So if somebody points to some article somewhere and go, "Hey, gamer, this is why," and you don't have to type in the whole article. You just put a link to an article, or if you can make whatever, Google, some company keywords or something like that. Hey, yeah, educate me on it, and I'm willing to change my opinion. Very much so. Okay, we'll get. Oh no, we don't want to do that unless we have better researcher involved. Okay. So I guess we're going to come down here and let's push ahead on that. And here. Well, I thought I needed more. Well, maybe. Okay, so I have too much steel now. Okay, so if I don't need all this steel, 0, let's go to. Okay, so sorry if I don't know enough how to handle this. Yeah. Well, whoops, let's see. Just don't do both cast and air superiority because the air wing will get mouths for both. Okay, don't do close air support and air superiority. Are you talking? Let's see. I'm not sure what you're talking about there, Take X. Hey Eric, how you doing, my friend? How you doing? Okay, looks like we are needing to put other things into production. Okay, all of that. Let's come over here. Well, I'm not going to do a big naval playthrough this time. At least that's what I'm deciding at the moment right now. Type 7. Let's do some Type 7 subs. Another bot over on YouTube, Arno. So, or are you talking in doctrines? I don't know. But looking through the book on the Colts, but some prototype Norwegian handguns that never have seen the light on the internet. See, yeah, Eric, I know you've discovered books, and I'm so glad you have. But there is so much more information in books that have not made it on the internet. So much. If you really get into, not just like, hey, this is a book on World War II guns that has, a paragraph on every, basic gun. Yeah, every basic gun used in World War II has made it to the internet with a page or two written about it, at least, I'm sure, and much more on things like M1 Grands and 98Ks or whatever. But there's a lot of either prototypes, small production of things that, whatever, and then just the details and story of it just are not on the internet yet, that you really have to go to books to get. And a lot of books have been digitized, and then those do get on the internet, as PDFs and whatnot, but no, nothing to be sorry about, Arno. You're doing a great job. I'm just pointing out things I get a feed of both. I am watching my Twitch stream back as well, just to sort of see the video as well as the chat, but I get a feed that I see both comments from YouTube and Twitch, so I just noticed that things may be a little faster than you do at times, which is just fine. And I think I figured out my problem of why I can't sort of directed at Eric, why I can't render anything in DaVinci Resolve. I think my graphics card is too good for because I'm both reading and writing to a hard drive. And I think that may be the problem from looking around from some people, because someone was commenting, it is best to read from one drive and export out the thing to a different drive. And in upgrading my video cards, I think the system is going fast, so it would work on the speed of my old video card, okay. But with my new video card, DaVinci Resolve can move faster, and it, I think, chokes up whatever buffering system and I'm using it on a old, not an old hard drive, but a hard drive and not an SSD. So I think that might be my problem. So I'm going to see about buying another get an SSD now and put it in the system and see if that will solve what's going on. I sort of like this. So the other, standard is you research this, then you get this. You research this, and you get this. I sort of like that this is done if you want to really push more for resource efficiency. And we're going to do that first. No, I've talked about toes. I've not read. I don't have a copy of that. I want to get a copy of Wages of Destruction. I've read articles about toes, and I follow him on Twitter. I do want to read Wages of Destruction. I think there's a bunch there. But I need to get. I just haven't gotten a copy of it yet. In all my free spare time. Yeah. Okay, Nazi economics. Very nice. Now, let's come over here and look. Our current is 39. Okay, consumer goods 70% or 7%, not 70%. Okay, this fashion economic by 4%. 2 building slots. These are mutually exclusive. Issue weapons contract, research, blah, blah, blah. I think I'd rather have the military factories. So, yeah, I think I'd rather go that path there, but that's going to push that. So what we're going to do is we're going to do the Reichsarbeitsdienst, the RAD, which, well, by 4%. Right, okay, so we'll do that. That'll help a bit. Yeah, the DAF is, yeah, don't worry, I'll get to the DAF as well, too. Darth, I will, once you get excavation to check out the Schellgitter iron mine decision, which you can do multiple times to process iron ore there. Okay, cool. Well, thank you for the tip there, Hate. Okay, well, because we do need to continue to 200, they're saying. That's a lot of military factories. But we're building fairly quick, so I guess we need to get on that, though, a little bit. And, oh, yeah, we have these new options here. Now, I'm going to let this continue. I'm going to be sort of historical about it. We're going to let the Panzer I continue here because we're at reasonable efficiency. Though only 2.5 a week about. It seems sort of slow, but whatever. I'm going to start it because we're going to take a huge hit here. Because if we came here right now, it would probably go down to right about here. So it's not a whole lot worse starting this. So obviously it is worse, but we're going to start this and get this up and rolling that way before we're going to end this once I think these are no longer useful, or which I presume is going to be much easier. We're going to convert production over to like the Bison to produce some of those to use as that. Building civs is Germany's little worse than heresy. Oh, building civs. Germany expanded its way more MG34s than tanks. Don't quite get that. Yeah, there's more MG34s than tanks, but I don't quite get that. what the meaning of that really is. Well, we're down by 1 of iron, so we'll let that sort of be. But we have more steel than we need, so we don't need. You need more MG34s than tanks. Okay, which here? Well, we're doing 14 a day MG34s with 15 factories, where we're doing 2.5 a week at 5 factories. So yeah, we're doing more MG34s right now, at least. Okay, got enough to do something with the government now. Minister of Labor. No. Ministry of Labor, I should say, because this isn't actually minister, but it's a... Okay, let's see. Encore, mandatory army service. Offer better wages, factory output, consumer goods. Weekly war support. Okay. This will gain us stability, fine. We have more stability here. No, this is more population. So this will get us stability. Current ruling party is Democratic, ruling party is Communist. Any enemy country has more than 25% of German Reich total number of factories. So if one country has more than German factories, Germany can do this. Original country is not Japan. Why wouldn't Japan be able to have women in the workplace? That's screwy. This is screwy. I can pull up a bunch of photos or photos from magazine articles published during World War II, and before World War becomes a World War. When they're just fighting off over in China, of women building aircraft, women in mines. They definitely had women in production prior to emergency. Well, they used lots of women in production, if I'm understanding this correctly. That's screwy. That's screwy. Japan should be able to have women in the workforce. I don't know of anything that bars Japan having women in the workforce. They definitely have it in real life. They definitely are entering into it before they declare war on the United States, in a fairly large way. I remember to produce anti-tank rifles in time. You need a lot. Well, do we need anti-tank rifles? 48 barrels would be, yeah. The good barrels for the Panzer IV, that would be very nice. In this mod they go by tank models here. It's not rushing the barrel. They've not yet implemented the designs, the tank designer. So you don't have to produce the intermediate designs, but you have to go down here to get to the Panzer IV G, which really the F2 has a long barrel, but that was just briefly there between F1 and the F2 and the G. So they're and this isn't a bad way to go. I like this, and especially with the old system. The new system works good. generally you want to have 15 or so light artillery, heavy artillery, and yeah, we got to get more going on with production. Cultural differences. Yeah, if you're women in the factory, there are lots of women in Japanese factories, so I don't know. That's a misunderstanding of Japanese culture. Also, the flak 88 provides only piercing for your divisions, but are very useful against tough eggs and at the Matilda. Okay, very good to know. Some jobs were done only by women. Well, yeah. Oh, yeah. Like some pearl diving and some other stuff that were almost exclusively done by women. Women massively worked on farms, which is not the same as working in an aircraft production factory. Did air quotes there? You didn't see, but you probably heard. But having women massively working in agriculture and doing heavy agricultural type work, where they didn't necessarily do heavy agricultural work in other countries, just simply reduces the labor burden of men in agriculture and allows them to do work in ship production or something like that. So women in the workforce and agriculture, especially in Japan, I would say is a pre-industrialized agricultural system. They are not relying upon lots of farm machinery. To this day, their farms are so small that the farm machinery they have is, if they use much farm machinery, I don't know how much they use even today, it has to be small farm machinery. Can't be like the big, combine harvesters that we see routinely in America and Europe, just because their farm plots, even for wheat and whatever, are really small, terraced-y. I mean, they may have little, walk behind, because I really quite honestly don't know as I'm talking about this, walk behind farm machinery, that you walk in, so you're not using muscle power to pull or to harvest things, like with a scythe and whatnot. But they've, for cultural reasons, have decided to keep these small farms. Some of it is geographical, terracing on mountains and whatnot. But for cultural reasons, they've decided to keep the small farmer there as a thing to this day, as a major way, and not big agricultural companies owning huge bits of land and farming it efficiently. Whether culturally it's a good thing or not, but it produces food cheaply. Food in Japan is generally more expensive than many other Western countries. I say generally because you find something like alcohol is cheaper because it's not taxed as much, especially the hard alcohol. I understand it's a lot cheaper there, even imported stuff. So generally food is more expensive in Japan because they do that. And so they definitely, before World War II, they are not what I would consider, as an overall thing, not that there aren't things, an industrialized agricultural sector. And women work massively in it. And I don't mean just like on the margins or just when they need extra help now and again to help the dudes out with just, helping. No, in many cases, primary, or if not primary labor, 45% of the labor to doing farming is done by women, and not segregated by heavy farm work versus light farm work. No, heavy lifting farm work in Japan. So, and I've studied Japanese culture before you came up with the word weeb, back in the I don't know, like 1982 or whenever Shogun became a miniseries. I've been sort of interested in studying Japan. I took 3 years of Japanese in high school way back then, and probably one of the very few, if not the only, high school program that had Japanese languages in maybe in the United States. So yeah, I had, and because of that, been very, for years, very exposed to Japanese culture and whatnot, not just in World War II, but samurais and the Meiji period and whatnot. So again, there's a lot more that I don't know than I know, but I know enough to know that women were a major economic factor. We can debate how big of an economic, because women worked in National Socialist Germany before the war starts, but they do stress that the best thing is for women to take, have children and take care of the children. That is the best thing for them to do. And most of the women working, I would say most of them, women whose husbands worked on farms, owned farms, worked on farms. Yes, women did work in the agricultural world, but they weren't nearly as primary agricultural laborers as like Japan would be, I would say, from my understanding. But they worked in a lot of economic jobs in Germany that would not be very contributing to production prior to the war, meaning sales lady in a store, a secretary in a business kind of thing. So stuff on the margins. There were lots of women work. I mean, not just like, oh, there's thousands working, but there's millions of them. No, as in like, I don't know, 20-30% of the women of the right age would be working in economic endeavors outside of the home in National Socialist Germany, I would say. Those I'm just guessing at these numbers right now. But I would agree that generally prior to the war, there wasn't a lot of women workers in things like factories, generally speaking. So that is much harder for me to defend, where I can really defend the idea that barring women workplace cultural differences for Japan is just wrong, just misunderstanding the situation. And yes, Darth Canali, but I hate typing. I am a member of the Discord, like I did over there. Hopefully got you guys over here. So so I'm sort of taking this occasion that I hope Uncharted and others will take time and watch my videos and get my input. This method, I'd like to talk better. Well, behind the mechanics is, I was told that, from Uncharted, he did let me know that this, a couple of weeks ago, I was hoping to get to this sooner, but other things came up, that they hadn't implemented the tank designer. I'm of two minds about that. I don't know that the historical path being sort of locked in is a bad thing. But I'm not against the idea of implementing a tank designer a bit more. I don't know. Yeah, Patton is an all right movie. I've enjoyed it, watched it a bunch of times. So this whole thing is me analyzing what I'm seeing here with World Ablaze. And again, guys, I'm not trying to shoot World Ablaze down. I'm taking it from my fairly educated view and giving my inputs here. That's what I'm doing. I'm not trying to shoot it down. I think I have a decent relationship with Uncharted. We just disagree on some things. That's fine. I think I'm right, but I don't know that I'm right. And I don't know that he's wrong. I just sometimes, think I got it. Good. I'm looking for something that will reduce this here. I know we're doing the one national focus, which will help. Minister of Labor, offer better wages, stability, factory output. Well, let's try this. No, Arno's a Dutchman. I don't know if that's better or worse than an Aussie. Hello. I'm gonna butcher this. We have shown our best side to the world. Yes, the Olympic Games. Laros Foki? I'm sure I'm butchering that, don't mean to. Hello. Yeah. If they don't fall in 41, tank designer would be for France. Yeah, that is a way. I'm just trying to look through and understand what's going on to like what ministers that would be good to help with things. Okay, Rice Turbines Dienst, the rad. It's rad, dude. Rad. Okay. Yeah, just 21 days. But let's look here. Oh, do we have the... Okay, well, one, we could do this. Gain base stability, political power, 150, 14 days. We're going to do that. But we have the Spanish Civil War. We will help the nationalists out starting in approximately 14 days. Hopefully they'll hang on long enough. And as I've said earlier, I know we have people that weren't around earlier, but this is as far I've gotten so far in the game. And so there's a lot of stuff I realize I haven't experienced yet. And, so I'm talking just from the perspective of what I'm seeing so far. Quite honestly, I'd hoped to be able to get to where I played it first on my own a bit before playing publicly like this, but I've just ran into serious things that I've needed to test for my Third Reich events mod, and I got to the defeating of Poland, and then a bug that I didn't, well, it was a bug with GGA, German graphic or German gameplay augmentations, that I didn't know was there when I started, knew was there halfway through the 30s period here, but I didn't realize how big of a problem it was going to be until I defeated Poland, so I've had to start all over. I hate 1936, people. I genuinely hate 1936 now. I used to hate 1936, then I hadn't play tested for a secure Swedish iron. How interesting. Okay, but we're going to do this next. I've been away from testing modding, because when you test mods, you have to keep going back and starting over. I get to where I stopped hating 1936, and now I'm back to hating 1936 again. Hating it. Because it's very formulaic for me, at least in Hearts of Iron 3. Or this is new 36, so this isn't the same thing. Okay, yeah, I guess military factories, we'll throw that in. Now, okay, let me give a little historical talk here. Condor Legions. It says builds military factories. Now, this is not a bad choice, the Galicia and Lyon, two military factories. This is not a bad choice for a mod like World Ablaze to do for the game. But it is bad hoi for. What is bad hoi for is the inability to trade these things. Okay, you can lend lease once you get into factions. Yes, I do know that, and you can once you're allied, and you can do that. Because can we? Well, oh, we can lend lease. Okay, well, okay, no, I'm readjusting my opinion. This is bad. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm readjusting my opinion. This is bad for a mod. Germany did not build any military factories for Spain. So why is this getting military factories for Spain? To tell you a little of the history is I forget the guy's name, but a buddy of Goering, with the outbreak of the Spanish Civil War, starts a business running guns and ammunition to Spain, to the nationalists. The Germans' navy sort of kind of protects. You can't count on the AI to lend. Okay, well, you mean to like accept? Okay. Okay, Darth. I'm revising that because that is a real thing. If you're talking about the AI picking a national focus versus revising that a bit. Okay, you have a good point there, Darth. I'm willing to adjust my opinion. I'm not like know that I'm correct. Okay, you have a good point there. But so I forget this guy's name. He sets up a company that is the primary supplier of weapons and munitions, bullets, to the nationalists. He is a buddy of Goering. Goering sort of oversees this because he's in charge of the 4-year plan. So arms, munitions, and acquire, and including making ammunition in the Spanish caliber, the 7mm Mauser, they put into production in Germany for Spain. And the rifles are sending, I'm not sure whether they're in the German caliber or the Spanish caliber. Not sure right offhand. But they're sending down rifles and eventually tanks and other things that they're sending into Spain. And from my research, reading a few articles and whatnot on the thing, he is the primary supplier, and with the company that he sets up. He gets a total of 3 ships that I understand during the period that all are flagged of other nations, not as Germany, meaning they don't, on the back of it don't fly German flags. And at times they're sort of escorted into port by German naval units to make sure that they're not intercepted by because there is a neutrality blockade around Spain, made up of multiple nations that are going around and trying to stop ships that are not, ships from bringing in military supplies. France is part of this neutrality patrol. Britain's part of this neutrality patrol. Germany is part of this neutrality patrol. So the Germans, of course, coast is clear, come on in. Ship waiting out here somewhere. Radios, yes, coast clear, come on in. And so the Germans are escorting, they're keeping out the ships going to Republican Spain and helping ships get into nationalist Spain. At one point, the Republicans drop a bomb on is it the Prinz Eugen? One of them, I forget, that's doing it, and kills like 7 or 20 or whatever German sailors on it. Sort of a big deal at the time. Not a big deal in the scope of things, but that's so there's this one guy, he's doing this stuff, and he is the primary supplier. And now, to pay for all of these arms coming in, the Germans take over key the management, at least not the the working management of key factories in resource factories in Spain, and they send down different teams to examine them to see how they're maybe expanded or repaired or increased productions. And all of the resources from these factories, at least the ones that aren't immediately used local, all of the exports go in, because this is, most of the world considers nationalist Spain the rebels. And so most of the nations aren't buying from the nationalists. All of the resources will be sold to a German. If there's a monopoly company that's set up that is partially owned by Spanish interests and partially owned by German interests in Spain, and then there's another receiving company set up in Germany. Set up, I forget all the names. I have to look all that up. And it's sort of like and it's an abbreviation of whatnot it's called. and to receive the stuff. And the Germans get to set the prices they're paying for these, things like tungsten that are being exported out. So it's all going to Germany at a price that Germany sets. And at first, Franco is very happy with this because, hey, we're getting bullets and rifles and machine guns that we absolutely need. After a while, and it looks, the Republicans or the Nationalists have been around for a while, there's other people going, hey, well, we'll buy those resources, for more money. And Franco sort of goes, hey, yeah, I'd rather have the more money for them than what the Germans are giving me. So his representatives talk to the Germans, and the Germans say, oh, you want to sell to somebody else? Well, fine. Are they going to sell you arms? Because nobody else basically is willing to deliver arms to the Italians are delivering some arms, but the Italians, I think, are mostly just they're basically 3 divisions. They're not selling, because I don't see many like Carcanos, and no one, God, wants the Breda machine, the little Breda light machine gun. The Spanish aren't that crazy, and the Ravelli isn't that much better. So they really don't want Italian arms for the most part. And so who's going to sell you arms? And Frank goes, what? You mean you won't allow us to buy? No. If you want, because they have to pay for the arms. I mean, Germany is not giving them as a gift. Germany, and they're paying for them out of so basically Germany is buying the tungsten or whatever it is, and rare earth minerals and other things. They're buying it from Spain, and then Spain is taking the money that they the profits, shall we say, after paying off the workers and whatnot, is taking that money and giving it back to Germany for the arms that Germany is sending to them. So they're sort of was it Johann Franz Bernhardt? Very well could be. Harmony? Very well could be. I'd have to look it all up to confirm, but that sounds sort of right. Yeah, the Breda light machine gun. It worse than sucks. But yeah. And so he set this whole system up. He's the main person behind it. And so yeah, Franco gets informed, we will stop sending weaponry. We won't allow you to pay, and like if you could sell it to, sell the resources to America, we're not going to accept American dollars for our weapons. We're only accepting our Reichsmarks back that we're paying you for these weapons. And nobody, people out in the world don't necessarily want Reichsmarks as much as they want dollars or whatever. So Franco, until the end of the Spanish Civil War, is locked into this system. But the other interesting thing is this, hey, Spiraling, good to have you here. You made it, absolutely. You got at least an hour more to go. Is this guy, and it could be Johannes Franz Bernhardt. I'm not sure, Harmony. I'm not sure. I have to look. I have lots and lots of bookmarks. I have one folder for bookmark event ideas, and I because I may someday make events around some of this stuff in the Spanish Civil War that locked into articles and whatnot. Well, he also, over time, because he doesn't get like 3 ships day one, but over time he sees this is working out really super well. And they have a factory making 7mm Mauser, because that's the Spanish caliber, cranking out ammunition. They're producing a lot of 7mm Mauser ammunition. He buys 3 more ships over time, because as he's making money, he and his investors, and I think Goering is one of the investors with this scheme. Goering is making money out of this, because he isn't sole owner. He's primary operator and maybe majority owner. I don't know, but he is not the sole owner of this firm that buys these ships. So he gets 3 other ships with, I don't know, but 3 other nations' flags. They're not flagged as Germans. They're like Liberia or Panama or wherever. But he owns them. And they start running munitions, not so much guns, not so much machine guns, but munitions. Guess where to? The Republicans. They got 3 ships running guns and munitions to Franco. And they got 3 ships running mostly munitions, I think. I don't think they're sending too many guns, but 7mm Mauser and artillery ammunition and other things to to the Republicans. So this guy, and Goering knows all, I mean, the higher ups Nazis, that know about this, and the Abwehr and whatever, because they're all involved. Because you're not loading arms in a German port, because it would be like in Hamburg or wherever they're loading these arms. You're not loading up 10 million rounds or a million or whatever in a shipload of 7mm Mausers and sending it out of Germany without German intelligence knowing about it. Trust me, they know about it. They know where it's going to end up. You can't quite just tell them, oh yeah, we're sending them off to Nicaragua or somewhere, and that ship never makes it. Trust me, after one or they're going to catch on pretty damn quick that it's not going to some theoretical neutral country somewhere else, because Germany is exporting munitions like that. The whole system of exporting munitions and guns is going on during this period. I think it was when Austria was still independent. I think, but maybe it was after Austria gets swallowed up by Germany. I'm not sure. Japan buys 100 or 200 submachine guns from I'm blanking on the name. They're MP 34s, because Japan is trying to figure out what to do about a submachine gun. They just buy a few hundred from the Austrian firm, and so and they also buy ammunition and whatnot, munitions. And so there's these different nations that are buying like Mauser broom handles are being sold into China and places like this. There's a lot of this military munitions being manufactured and sold internationally during this time period by Germany and other nations. So it's not just to Spain. But yeah, so Germany is effectively arming both sides of this war. I don't know how much, because at the receiving end, if the guy and the national spies knew that these ships were originating in Germany or not. So I don't quite know. Okay, Harmony, just confirm. Yeah, I'm yeah, it sounded familiar, but I wasn't quite sure, Harmony. I don't want to be sure, let's say I am, unless I know that I am. But I know I have the overall story right on this concept. You want to research that name, and people can look into this stuff. And so Germany is very much concerned, and they do send down at least a couple of missions that examine either mining or refining, maybe more into the refining areas of, turning raw iron as you dig it out of the ground into iron ingots or whatever, I don't know how much steel they were making in Spain that was exported, or, refining out tungsten into tungsten ingots, or whatever it is that they're doing. And the one sort of company that they set up has basically, and from reading, there's maybe an Italian firm that also gets to export some things, and it's not 100%, but most everything they have a monopoly on until at least the war is over on the export of these resources. So unless it was going something locally used to help the nationalist cause fight the war, making their own bullets or guns, because up in the Eibar region here in Spain is large gun manufacturing that eventually the nationalists take over, and of course they're making guns during this period. And there's also bullet and munitions. Again, weapons are the launchers. Munitions are the things that get launched. The artillery or the machine gun bullet. So Franco does, and then copper, lead, whatever locally is being used primarily. As a got to do that at home first. But anything that's exported, Germany has a monopoly on. Well, I think at that we're going to end this episode. Not the live stream, everybody. We're going to keep going. So those watching on YouTube, thanks so much for hanging out with me. I hope you do take an interest in World Ablaze. I do think it is a very good mod. Any criticisms I have are sort of on the edges that I hope largely will get corrected over the time. But I do think this is very good, and I'm very interested in it, or I wouldn't be looking at it. So yeah, thanks everyone. See you next time for even more Hearts of Iron. Okay, guys, let's just save this here. We're going to keep going. I just want to make a safety save. just in case something goes wrong or whatnot. But I'll be right back, and then we will continue. Just going to get a quick drink here. Be right back. Coming back here. Hello, Mr. Conk 2. Switch your drugs, switch your meds if the tree just talked to you. That's what I think you should do if that's really what's happening. Switch your meds. I heard you always. Oh, you okay? Always lend these aircraft and yeah, AZXB. Yep. Oh yeah, that's what you should do if the tree's just talking to you. Stop drinking, switch your meds, whatever it might be. Well, you can talk to a tree, but a tree shouldn't talk back to you. See that? There's a difference there. Talking to a tree is fine. Hey, I'm talking to a computer screen. But hey, and I presume, people are hearing me, but yeah, you can talk to a tree. But if a tree talks back, yeah, right, okay. Well, I'm back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745, and I'm continuing my look at the very good World Ablaze mod, and we're seeing how it's working. And thanks for following. Do appreciate that. We can modify our government somewhat. Or we want to check out Officer Corps here. Land Doctrine, not enough experience there yet. But we should see about maybe sending some. Yeah, we should see about sending a. Okay, expeditionary force. That would be a good idea. Attack maneuver. Has not completed a demand. Don't know why Bet goes away with demand. Sudetenland? Probably some reasons behind it, I don't know. Okay, we'll do this for the fun of it. Right, we need to do it eventually. Well, how big a force can we Can't send volunteers? Huh? What? What? Anybody know why this is? Yeah, that's an interesting idea of... Hello, Toy Jet again. You were here earlier, I guess you left. I definitely have in other... I don't know if in Hoi 4, but in Hoi 3, I definitely, if the Republicans win, have invaded at times. So, well, I guess we could do some Lend-Lease, but... I don't have enough artillery that I want to Lend-Lease so many artillery. Yeah, we'll send them some guns. Oh, that's it. Okay, that makes perfect sense, Harmony. Makes perfect sense that we haven't got this done yet. Okay, we're just starting this. Okay, yeah. Okay, that works. That makes sense. Like I say, this is the first time I played. I played World of Blaze probably more than a year ago. Come to think about it, and things change. I know Uncharted has been developing a lot of stuff, and I gather he now has a much larger team than originally. Basically, it was him, I understand. So yeah, we'll get to this. That'll be happening soon. Another 6 days. On board. 10 volunteers. Okay. You have 0 divisions in volunteer force. Okay. So we can have one. I was hoping for 2 or 3, but I know our army isn't terribly big. Well, unassign. Yes, let's. Who do we have here? We shouldn't. I'm just going to give it to like. I guess we'll just give it to. You're off to Spain. There we go. And air volunteers. And then we send them air. We're not letting me send air, but rebasing down here. Huh? I don't know. Okay, well. Well, maybe. Oh, gotta wait till that. I'm being impatient. Yes, I'm being impatient. Not too big of a bomber group. What sort of bomber group do we have here? There we go. Let's send these guys down. Yeah. I'm just being impatient. Yeah, railways are definitely something that needs to be looked at. I haven't really looked at this map much to see if you've changed, quite honestly. I don't recognize enough that there's changes from the standard. Germany should be I don't know how much it would help, but Germany in some areas should be denser railway networks, I believe. Out here, it's probably getting, well, let me click here. Here, it's probably pretty good. There might be a bit more of a ring around Moscow. I have railway maps. When I was in the beta program, they weren't interested in my railway maps. Now they are, but I'm no longer in the railway or in the beta program, so I can't help them. More factories, Reich commissars. Don't really care about that yet. Would like to get down to there. Production efficiency. I like a lot of that. Yeah, let's do this early on. Let's go for this. Changes our next update. Yeah. Down here now. So let's put you up here and go after anything flying, and you do ground support in that area. Okay, we've arrived. We're here. Hello. Drive to there. And more subs. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. Well, we could even more subs. Okay, we are pretty good on everything but tungsten, so that seems alright. And we have more dockyards to do for more submarine. There. No, I'm talking the Hearts of Iron 4 beta. I was in the beta for Hearts of Iron 4 for quite a while. In minor ways, I helped with Boy 4. Basic infrastructure, okay. In minor ways. I'm still technically under an NDA over what happened in the beta, so I'm not going to go into it. Nothing major, but minor little things. And let's push on this. Yes, hello. Let the king what I'm trying to do is cut these guys off by hitting here, cutting them off from their port supply over here. So yeah, no, it was before. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was publicly before. I was arguing for railways. A podcast was going, no, we got infrastructure. That's railways. So when I was involved, they didn't want railways. After I left, because I was sort of kicked out just because I was not participating anymore. Not any salty feelings about it, because literally I wasn't participating. I'd lost interest in participating, not just because of railways or something. But I hadn't been participating probably more than a year. I hadn't posted anything in the beta. So in one of their house cleaning sweeps, I was one of the people removed for non-participation at that point. Only salty that the day after I left, and that at some point, I don't know what point, but at some point after I left is when they started considering railways. That's the part I'm salty about, not that I, because again, like I say, I wasn't participating. So yeah, I would have wanted to contribute. All right, yeah. Well, I can get my friend IKB onto that one. He works for British Railway Company, and could do that. And yeah, much more dense. Now up here, well, I think there's a railway link along the Great Glen. There's definitely one coming up around here. But out here in Scotland, it gets very, very few. But there should be one up through Loch Lomond and over to here, I believe. Yeah, and definitely stuff going across the Pennines. Most assuredly that, and definitely coming out to the to the coal mines in Wales and the slate mines. Yeah, there's a lot more, and yeah. Oh yeah. But right now, I just don't know either the vanilla map well enough for it to notice changes. Just don't notice any of the changes. So okay, so we just got our, which also decreased our fatigue. So we're getting that down. I don't know that we're going to do this just yet. I wanted to progress down that path. Expand mining, which increases economic fatigue. Moving along. Okay. So more coal, more steel, more tungsten. That would solve our tungsten problems currently. So I think we will do that now. We'll do that now. 21 days to get that going, and we will get it. Been warned. 200. Been warned that you should expect get about 200 military factories by the start of the war, as a general sort of goal. So we will continue to focus on some of that. Okay, we can add another one, so we'll put it to our friends, the Panzer 2A. We haven't invaded anybody yet. We're sort of going historical. Let the king. We're just helping out with the Spanish Civil War here with the Panzer Division. Let's look at the order of battle of the Panzer Division. I haven't looked at no template. Okay, it isn't too bad. That's pretty neat. And probably very historical from my early Panzer divisions. It's looking very historical. It isn't too bad as an effective unit to get in here and attack. Yes, we're playing as Germany. Just we're down here with what should be von Thoma's command, but there's no von Thoma yet in the mod, the game, whatever. got us in, and we're here, and Rommel's in charge. We are attacking the mountains, true. Okay, it's expanding domestic mining, and currently we are at 36%. So we're doing fair, I would say. I'm trying to not just... My instinct is always to go do economic stuff. So I'm trying to keep that from being too big of a focus. We're definitely not doing fantasy crap of opposing Hitler. 35 days. Do you want to get down to dockyards, which, yeah, we'll increase that, yeah. But we'll start down this path a little bit, get that going. New population. I don't know why we are doing that big of a, I don't know, 10% seems big hit to the population. I understand workers doing, you know, building ships is different, you know, you take them away for doing other work, or being in the army or something. I get that point, but it seems awfully big. Warping into a focus. Okay, yeah. Darth, that's fine. We're in 1936, November. We're very early in this whole thing. No, we're just 36. Here, Arno. Yeah. Okay, we got these guys cut off. What's that with this? They've got Bilboa. We'll help them crush this little pocket here. Definitely, you know, before this time period, women are very much like in Soviet factories. In America, at this time period, women are not. Well, so obviously we're talking in generalities, not don't pull out my grandmother whatever or great grandmother whatever, but at this time period, 1936, women are not in the American industrial complex. Why? Because there's not enough jobs. There's a massive depression going on, worse than in Europe, I would say, generally speaking. Definitely much worse than Nazi Germany at this time. And there's just not enough jobs. Sure, you know, there's been the Dust Bowl when a bunch of this part of the United States, sort of here, that's our farming sector here, because of some weather atmospheric elements plus turning Great Plains, open areas covered in grass, into tilled farmland, you know, with European style plows, and a bit of a drought and some stuff that's outside, you know, just bad weather conditions, shall we say. And farming techniques creates a dust bowl that is just just fine particulate dust. Nowadays, they know better to grow trees along the edges of the farms and other things that handle it better. We're not heading towards another dust bowl. We can talk about taking water from the aquifer, but that wasn't really the reason at the time. So that kills a lot of farming that had been a super big boom during World War I. And once World War I's over and the earlier pandemic that happens with influenza, COVID is going to become eventually just like influenza. You know, yeah, the weak on the margins may die from it, but most of us will be, yeah, had the flu, you know, sick for a few days kind of BS. That's what it's going to, I think, eventually become. Could be wrong, but eventually. I'm not saying it is now. I'm just saying eventually, someday. You know, the influenza, which hits Europe, that devastates Europe and America, but that lowers the population level down. The war itself, of course, lowers the population level down. But a lot of Europe, particularly places like Britain and France, had been buying American agricultural products because they were focusing on war and war production and just might as well import it from America. And so there's a crash of agriculture. So a lot of farmers had taken out a lot of loans to improve their farming equipment. And then they didn't have anybody to sell their food to. I mean, because America was only going to eat so much food. and so they couldn't pay back their loans, so that crashes it. Banks are wanting to take over, but banks can't run farms. They're not, there's the banks that take over the farms, they don't want to hire farmers to farm them because nobody to buy the food, so it's just owning the land. And then the Dust Bowl hits. Again, multiple factors come into the Dust Bowl. That hits, and then also along with the Great Depression hits, that kills a lot of farming in this part of America. But farming over here is not, it's a downturn. Again, people are, that had overextended on loans, that had had it just gone for, whether the war gone for another 2 or 3 years, or had there just been a market for food for another 2 or 3 years, everybody would have been more or less fine, unless, of course, they continued to take loans out. But it was mostly just to modernize farming technique, tractors and whatever. So once you buy your tractor and your extra, plows and reapers and whatever else they were putting on the tractors, once you buy all that, then you're fine. You don't keep buying that over and over and over. But they invested in more industrialized farming, and the market collapses with that. And so we get into the Great Depression, and there just is not, the place for women workers, because a lot of factories just shut down, or a lot of factories go on, like maybe 25% of their industrial, output capability. Some just, everything just collapsed. That's why we have at this time period, it comes out is, the big three automakers, because all the small automakers die off, and some are picked up, like Oldsmobile, I forget, was it GM or whoever. One of them buys these some of these other, like Pontiac, which is a GM brand, but was originally a separate company. But the big, GM, Chevrolet, and Ford are the three survivors of the automobile industry. Some stuff they're picking up and buying and integrating into their company. Others are just going completely out of business. But even those that survive, they're like the big three. They're only just, sort of just keeping maintenance level of production coming out, just because there isn't enough people to buy the trucks, to buy the cars that can actually. So yeah, there's a new model coming out of whatever during the 30s. Absolutely. And there's a 34 Ford, a 35 Ford, a 36 Ford, a 37 Ford, and they're changing, but it's not a roaring business. So there's just not enough jobs for it, and because of cultural and other aspects, they're going to hire men first for most of that, real labor. They do hire a lot of women for, clerical type work, sometimes called secretaries, but also typists and whatever. And typists, because when they need 4 copies of something, they may be able to use some, copy paper through it to do it, but they're having to type out each, they need 25 copies of something. Okay, maybe you can type 2 at a time or something with the transfer paper, but you need somebody there to type out all these copies, because they don't have photocopy machines and whatnot. So unless you're going to enough copies to set it up and actually run a printing press on it, they're hand typing all this out. So there is women doing that kind of office type work, and work as salespeople in stores and whatnot. So women are employed, but not industrially, even in minor industry, just because there's not enough jobs for the men. And so there is a cultural thing there, but it isn't women should not be there. It's just more women should be in the home, because that's the best place for them, but not that they can't do other things. It's just that's what is best, not what is allowed. So it isn't an allowed kind of thing, but there really isn't a women in the workforce until the war, really, because prior to once the war gets going in Europe, that gets the men employed in America, and either directly or indirectly in different fields. That's what gets the men back employed. It's America entering the war gets women in the workplace in America, but it's just that. Okay, mistype. No problem, Arno, no problem. Its representation of the U.S. can only put women in the workplace after mobilization. Okay, cool, good to know. I know you said earlier, Tank X, I believe that you mainly play as the U.S. Yeah, and so like I say, there's a lot I don't know about World War II, but I have looked at it socially and culturally for a lot of the major players. Japan, U.S., Britain, Germany. Not really France, but I don't think it's much different than sort of Britain. Like women there. The Soviets. Now, I don't know too much how much in factories did women work in Poland? I don't know. So some of these areas I don't know, but it's interesting. How are we doing down here? We killed our little pocket. No, we didn't get more. Okay, so we have. Oh, let's hear. Let's upgrade the ships. Okay, we're getting 2.7 civilian trains a month now. Currently, we're getting 3 Panzer IIs a month. We're getting 3 Panzer Is a week. Okay, good. What does this show us? Yes, it's artillery is what I was going to guess. But let's come back over here and increase our. Let's increase this by 2. And 1 for now, and then 1 soon. Oh, we can improve our government layout. Well, I'm thinking we're going to soon be developing new. Okay. Okay. I like this. I think this may have been on the earlier versions, but guys, it's been a long time since I've been playing World of Blaze. For all I went on a huge rant on Total War back then and had rage quit that. Nothing like that has ever happened with World of Blaze. So this just really will help with the research speed and production cost of certain fighter types, and I really think it's sort of screwy that the base game, that this somehow affects the effectiveness of the models. I think either reducing production or research time on certain types of models, like what would be Messerschmitt models or Focke-Wulf models or so on, or reducing production on things, I think is the best. So, see, we're gonna do Messerschmitt because we're gonna see about doing this. We're in game as Poland. See, I don't think they work in Japan, and given them. No, they work very much in Japan. Where? No, I guess you weren't here earlier when I was going in details of how much women do work in Japan, in industry, particularly in agriculture, massively in agriculture. See, that was the thing, and people talk about it in some of the propaganda movies in the time period made in America, but how women female children weren't as well valued, and that is to some degree quite true in Japan. But a lot of women faced grinding poverty, and in Japan, poverty doesn't mean begging. Grinding poverty means grinding work in poverty. Faced that in agricultural work, or often being sold. Most weren't sold, but some sold into the entertainment industry, shall we say. Not necessarily sexual, but sold as children, and not to then be abused as children, but just trained. Because a lot of them were trained to be like hostesses and other types of things, and not as young children, but as children. Get training in these types of fields. In Japan. And parents often did not have, because the adult women were in grinding poverty, often in a marriage, trying to survive in the system. They were, couldn't support the children. So there's a lot of that stuff. So women worked very much in agriculture in Japan, and somewhat in industry before the war, and very much by the time you get into the war with China, not so much the war with the the U.S. later in 41, but I'm talking in the late 30s. Women are working in, aircraft factories and things like that, and are on the, if not on the cover, I'd have to look through some of my stuff that I saved. I saved a lot of photos and information. Well, just to let you know, is when I find a photo like with a description online, and I follow various things and look on various stuff, what I do is I save either one copy or multiple copies as needed, and just do the name of the image, the text around the photo, like what magazine it was from and when and what's going on in it or whatever. So or about a photo of a badge or whatever, and why that was. So sometimes I'll have two or three images of the same thing, just to be able to get a long enough text title to cover what I need to do that I may make an event out of someday. And I do a lot of that kind of stuff to save my research that way. And so whether it's on the cover of some Japanese magazine or just covered in magazine articles showing women at the workplace, so they're publicizing this out to the public. This isn't some sort of hidden thing or whatever. It's like, yay, women are helping out building aircraft, or yay, women are working in this, factory building radios or whatever, or toasters or whatever. So there's a lot of this stuff I know is going on. Now, again, it might not be most workers, but it's enough that they're talking about it and promoting it. That it's a thing in publicity, in public, magazines, newspapers, that kind of thing. Yep, companies are now about producing stuff and not randomly making it stronger. Yes, that's good. Choose long-range planes. We'll see about that. Strategic bombers have style. Yes, but they're maybe not as effective as winning wars as Curtis LeMay and Bomber Harris would have liked. German populists are going to enjoy wonderful shade provided by the B-17 planes. Yeah, yes, I'm sure they will. Is Chamberlain going to give you the Sudetenland? Well, probably. In Third Reich events, I have it coded because I have an event chain over the Sudetenland once. One leading up to the whole thing. It starts in 36. So if you want the Sudetenland in Third Reich events, you start in 36 and go down a path. But once you get to the Munich, or actually before the Munich conference, but there you sort of do the push, you have a chance that it's 80% that Chamberlain gives in and gives, agrees that the Sudetenland gets to go Germany, 20% chance no, but then you as the German player can go, do you want to back off the Sudetenland because Britain said no, or do you want to push? And then if you push, you have a 50-50 chance war or peace. So it ends up being approximately a 10% chance actually of starting a war over the Sudetenland with Third Reich events. That's how I have it coded. I don't think I've ever gone through and had it go to war on one of my playthroughs. And I always recommend people, if they don't want to have the war, just save it before you go down this thing, and so you can go back to the save and start over again. Who doesn't love running fire bombs? Right. Well, yeah. That would be LeMay. Curtis LeMay is, of course, the guy heading the bombing missions in Japan. Harris is doing the bomber missions in. Okay, we're at 105. Wow, we've got a lot to build here. Don't know if I started early enough on or if I should have pushed more for. I'm gonna do one of these. Push more for more civilian factories before switching over. I don't know. Because with more civilian factories, obviously, you can build more military factories at a given time. Well, I don't know with this mod. I can't answer the question of whether Germany, because I haven't played it yet. Okay, we're catching up on artillery. We did do somewhere a little bit more heavy, but we'll do some more. Two more of these guys. Always went more artillery than not enough, but we can, let's. I realistically I always judge a game like Hearts of Iron is how well it can implement history or whatnot, or is it broken? Not that it's like always goes down the historical path. Night bombing, I don't think Germany ever really had the technology to stop night bombing, in that they could cause enough damage to the British planes to shoot it down. I just don't think, I'm not going to go into all the Konhuber or Kamhuber, however you pronounce it, line and all these different night programs that I do know a bit about, but my estimation is they couldn't stop night bombing. They could damage, make it so that a significant percentage of the airplanes that the British send over don't make it home. But I don't think they could stop it. I don't think they could punish it enough that the British would go, this is too expensive in the loss of lives or the loss of, aircraft cost to replacement. I don't think the Germans could. Part of it, and again I will say, is that the Konhuber line and one of the other methods I think involved in it is sort of a box area, and so they can only have one fighter flying in that box area at a time so that two German fighters don't interfere, and it's sort of radar guided from the ground to shoot down aircraft. I just don't think their technology is good enough to do dense enough to shoot down enough aircraft in the time period to stop it. So I don't think they could stop. They can shoot up a bunch. They can make it expensive, and they can also make it the deeper you go, because more and more stuff if you just add more and more, you can do more and more. The deeper you go, the harder it is. But I don't think you can stop the British night bombing. Now, then the question comes is, how effective is the British night bombing? That's another question in actually stopping necessary war production. I would say, and I very well may be wrong, and often it was done in conjunction, especially once the Americans are in and doing a lot of strategic bombing, in that the Americans would come in during the day, drop their bombs, the British would come in at night looking for the fires to drop their bombs on the same target. That was done at least some of the time. Other time, before the Americans are in, they would try to come in just before dark with a few lead airplanes to drop little bits of fire bombs, just to get enough fires going on, and to mark the targets well enough so that the bombers really using cover of darkness. And the lead aircraft coming in would generally, I think, carry a lighter, physical lighter load of bombs, and trying to go as fast as they can to be harder to intercept and get out of there quicker. And so when the bigger heavies are coming by, because I think, don't quote me on this maybe, but I think they may have used like Mosquitoes and other sort of fast aircraft with light bomb loads to come in and do some of that, just before dusk, and sort of low levels to mark the targets, and then get out of there before getting shot down when the bombers would come in. So the British were doing that. So I don't think you could shut down the British ones. The Americans, so I think the Americans were doing the main damaging to the actual war effort, shutting down the actual, like the Schweinfurt, wherever the Schweinfurt is in here, it's in this sort of area. But ball bearing factories or whatever it is, that they're hitting it hard enough and actually hitting the factory and to the point of it stopping production. Sometimes factories are hit, and a day or two later, they may be back in production at 30%, 50%, 70% production, and they're not destroyed; they're just damaged and get back in. That would have been easier to stop had Germany been able to focus more effort on fighter aircraft at home, and definitely had they earlier on got jet airplanes, and they had them. I mean, they had the prototype. It was a decision to delay production. First, they decided not to produce the Heinkel jet aircraft. I think that was a mistake. That would have been earlier. They waited for the Messerschmitt 262, and then even that, because Hitler demanded it be able to be a ground attack aircraft, that delayed it getting into production, trying to figure out how to make that damn thing ground air attack. They did eventually, but ground attack aircraft. Had they gotten that in earlier in production? Because I think getting the Heinkel in would have been good. That would have got them into jet engine production earlier better. And once they improved the jet engine, continue to work on it, get into the later models that the 262 uses and better airframe. So yeah, I think that could have shut down American bombing, especially American bombing, well, even into the Ruhr area. You can still bomb, here where you have good fighter coverage. But even you talk about, once you get the I know you're saying stuff in chat, and I'll read it in just a second. Even though, they're able to eventually get to places like Berlin, Dresden, Leipzig, deep into Germany with escorts. That's still a long ways with lots of air attacks, and you keep doing that kind of stuff, you're going to run the fighters, even though the fighter can make it there, do a little bit of dogfighting and come back home. But eventually, with enough engagements, as you're going along, more and more engagements, you're going to be taking a lot more losses. And if you really had done a better layered defense, that deep in could have become too damaging. I believe so. Now, again, this is all just my speculation because we don't know. Hello, Guvaz Video Peer New 4. How you doing? They're like a few dozen night bombers total, but then the Germans learned the wrong lessons from it. Military. Okay, maybe I should scroll back up to there's something earlier that Darth is saying. It's objective heavy fighters and attackers. That's how. Fifth factories. That is Sith. Okay, we'll make some more Sith factories. Cancel biplane is totally useless. Okay, well, we'll see about that soon here. But we haven't got better. I want to switch that over to the better stuff. They need more night fighters. Well, sometimes they were very effective. Yeah, but it's a density that they can't. The night fighters need what they did is, the way the Germans did it, I know, is early on particularly. And even later on, the radar on a lot of the German planes, again, I'm not an expert but this is sort of an overview, is the radar is still fairly primitive on the aircraft. So what they have is they have a ground-based radar that's there, and there's an operator who's talking to the one fighter plane that's flying around there, and he sees his friendly fighter plane flying around there, and he directs the fighter plane to where the bomber, and the way the British did it is they did a bomber stream. They didn't fly in formation because at night that would just be disastrous for them. So they would do a stream of bombers coming over. So for multiple hours over a target, there would be more and more bombers, coming and dropping their loads, going home, dropping their loads, going home. So there's this stream of bombers going by. And so there might be, 2 or 3 bombers in the square at the time, and so the ground operator would direct the aircraft as try to give it an altitude. I don't know how good the Germans were at determining altitude at night for without putting a spotlight on it and doing range finding, but try to direct them to direct the fighter that they see, the friendly fighter, to where the target is. Now early on, the Germans their night fighters did not have radar on them, but if they got close enough, they could clearly see the exhaust flames from the engines. And the British did do things, I think they realized it at some point, to try to increase the length of the exhaust manifold to reduce the flames coming out of it. But early on, they would get to where they could see the exhaust. And then at least some of the models, they had the BF-110s. They put the cannon or machine guns sort of in a rear seat of the aircraft to shoot up above them, so they would fly under the aircraft and be able to see the flames there, and so that they wouldn't run into the aircraft accidentally. So they would fly under the aircraft, know that they're under, and then fire the gun below it and pull away. Later on, as they were getting radar coming in, once you're sort of directed onto the right path, then because your radar is looking forward and it's a cone in front of you, so it's not terribly big cone, but once you're in there, then you would spot it with your radar. Your radar would guide you in more precisely. You would get in close, realize that the distance is getting close, and then maybe again see it using the exhaust manifold, exhaust flames, and come in there and from behind shoot it and pull away. Well, you need time to set this up and pull this in, and so you can only, in a box, however big the box is, you only have one airplane shooting down. Now you can have multiple rows of boxes, and you need boxes this way, so because if they go a little north, a little south, you can use whatever box it is. But you get to the point that you only have so many boxes with only so many aircraft. Now the aircraft, once it shoots up all of its ammo or uses up all of its fuel, whichever comes first, it can land and radio, hey, I'm running low. Okay, so another one takes off, gets up to altitude, and then as the other one lands. So you can swap out aircraft through the night, but you only have one up per box per time. That's my understanding how the German night fighters worked. And so I could just see that, getting to Berlin, and Britain only went to Berlin a few times early on, just more to do it than to really do it well. They were mostly bombing in this kind of region, I understand. We're talking like before the Americans show up. I just don't think they're going to be able to shut that down with enough. I don't think it's not can they build enough night fighters. It's just their methods of doing it. Because if you have multiple German airplanes up, the ground controller doesn't know which aircraft is, which friendly aircraft to tell, to your right or to your left. And flames on aircraft, you might, before you get close enough to actually shoot, you might realize it's a friendly aircraft, but you start tracking in on, or your radar, you start tracking in on friendly aircraft. So you have to keep friendly aircraft out of your box. So I see that as a bigger limitation, the number of boxes you can have, which also, for every box, you got to have, the proper radar sets and the guide and all that stuff. So you got to build, ground radar, because you need basically one radar per thing, I think. But maybe if there's enough big enough radar that can cover more than one box, but each operator worries about his own box. It's more than just night fighters, how many you can put up in the air. So I don't really think you can stop the night fighters. You can damage them, and it's worth doing because you make it harder and more expensive for the enemy to do it. But I don't think you can stop it. It's much easier. Much easier. Let's see, you need more night fighters. Yes, greetings. Try how the Germans destroyed their Graf bomber. Okay, yeah. Cool. It goes in there. Yep, lag, I know. Okay, we've taken out this pocket. We have we did talk about reorganization, takes a little while longer to get back. Okay, I personally, because the way the AI believes in taking down these pockets before going after forces over here. Naval rearmament, okay, good. 21 days. Yeah, might as well do this early on. We'll do this. And here, we can't do that. That's not idea. It's not completed. Radar construction speed. Not doing that yet. Industrial research speed. Okay, we got that. That's a pick. Yeah, Opal. An American company, Opal. I talked about earlier. We just put GM there. Put production down. Okay, mechanized. We're not doing mechanized anything yet, because we can switch later on if we need to. We are doing truck production, but right now we're a little behind on towed artillery and whatnot, so let's do Rheinmetall. So, what sort of submarine? User submarine cost down. So let's do that. Okay. Oh, I'll keep it in mind once I get to more. Not in a long time. I've not think I've just sided with the KMT in a Hoi 4 game. I know I have years ago in a Hoi 3 game, but not anything recent. It's really hard. Okay. Game designer, and I want to say this very clearly. A game designer includes a modder, like Uncharted, and like myself, because I have modded for Hoi 4, though everything I think is way out of date for anything modern version of the stuff. So I did make a version of Third Reich events for Hoi 4, but not released. I'm actually currently working again on Hoi 3 Third Reich events. So, like Uncharted, like myself, we're game designers. Now, we're working on a base of somebody else's game. True. Very true. Like Hearts of Iron, but we are game designers. That's different than, say, just a modder who adds a few generals or a few flavor icons or whatever. A game. So you're designing a game. It is really hard to design a good World War II game and have Germany side with China. Now and I've been looking into it and developing some events covering Germany's sort of switch from supporting China to supporting Japan. And there's a lot of lobbying going on by China and Japan for Germany's support. And for a while, Germany is running a two-track system, sending Panzer Is to China while making nice with Japan, and including investing in Manchukuo. They do some industrial investment that really only returns money because the resources really are being scooped up by Japan. But there is a yes, this is is the world ablaze yet? Well, it's ablaze in China. Hello, technologist, how you doing? So some German firms are investing in Manchukuo at sort of this time, 36, 37, 38 is what I'm talking about. Germany is selling aircraft to Manchukuo that is transport aircraft. They're selling bombers down to the Jiangxi clique at about this time. In 36, I believe it is, maybe 37, but 36, 37. So they're selling early model HE-111s to bombers down here. So they're sort of selling aircraft to both sides. So there's a lot going on. But what do you do if you pick if you mod it and set it up, and the old Götterdämmerung DLC for Hoi 3, which was a decent, for its day, a decent DLC, did have an option to side with China over Japan. But realistically, what happens if Germany goes for a KMT and goes heavy into KMT even, so that Chiang Kai-shek just loves Germany? The story is before, but definitely after the KMT comes in power, these sort of main armaments, at least as my examining, the main armament seller and advisors, there's a whole huge advisory mission to China, to the KMT, is Germany. Once Japan is lobbied enough, and once Japan goes to war with, after the Marco Polo Bridge incident with China, Germany withdraws, but it's only, I believe, after, and I have to look into it, but it's right around the time, but I believe it's after the Marco Polo incident, does Germany finally withdraw its military mission of like 100 people, 100 military type advisors that withdraw from China. My knowledge, there's only one guy that sort of shows up around and continues to be a German advisor to, and I'm blanking on his name right now, to Chiang Kai-shek. And there's a whole story behind that. It's a very interesting story. And at this time, in 36, 37, and into 38, Chiang Kai-shek's adopted son is in the German army. He is a NCO. He's in the German army. He speaks German, He gets the there's a starts with a B. I forget how to pronounce it. A really high, sort of like a super qualification mountain warrior badge, not the regular Gebirgsjäger badge, but it's like something Bureführer or whatever, like a mountain leader type high qualification badge. He earns that, and you don't get that easily. And from everything we're going to gather, he didn't just get it because he was Chiang Kai-shek's adopted son. He goes through the training, and it's sort of the elite mountain training. So he is a highly qualified mountain warrior. Plus, he is trained as a Panzer platoon commander, and you can, a lot of NCOs command the Zug, the platoon of a Panzer group, and he I think it's Czechoslovakia, but maybe the invasion of Austria, but I think it's Czechoslovakia, not the Sudeten one, but the actual invasion. He commands a Panzer platoon in the invasion. Now, nobody's shooting at anybody, really. There are some shots fired, a teeny bit, but it's mostly peaceful invasion. He commands a German tank platoon as part of the invasion. But the few photos that I have of him, like one is in the officer's mess. So he's treated as if, socially, he's treated as if he's another German officer and hangs out with the officer buddies. But he just is an NCO, I forget what his rank was. And so he's both fully trained up as a Panzer commander and as a mountain warrior. Eventually, in 1938, he's recalled to China and Chiang Kai-shek. He spends the rest of the war until until at least the Japanese are gone, as sort of on Chiang Kai-shek's staff. He's not ever given a field command. I don't think it's lack of trust. I think it just Chiang Kai-shek needed some good advice, and so he keeps him close, and so he helps run that. So that's sort of what's going on. But I'm pretty sure it's in 1938 that he's recalled from Germany and leaves German service and comes. I mean, he survives. Eventually evacuates and into Taiwan and around a long time in Taiwan. So that you have that going, and so another little story. So Germany definitely has a realistic track of supporting even more heavily the KMT against Japan. That is realistic. It really is. Is this realistic though? They're not at war yet. Guys, I don't know. Really? Really? I mean, they had like 6-8 blocks, literally, like just 6-8 blocks. It was sort of the Japanese zone. It's really small. I mean, they got a few hundred, maybe even a few thousand troops stuck in this 6 or 8 block area, but it's really small. Now, this is an international zone. If you put the actual international zone, the French zone, and the British zone and the Japanese zone together, yeah, maybe you could have a little city of Shanghai zone. That seems a little much. That seems just a little much. Yeah, but so how do you do this? Having Germany support China. That part's easy. You a bunch of advisors, send them a bunch of equipment. Historically, so Germany, just finish the historical tale. So Germany fairly quickly, I should say, withdraws its trainers and its support personnel. I do believe there are several more weapons deliveries continue for a little while. I'd have to look into to know for sure. But most of the advisors are gone. I know the story is with the Panzer Is, they get shipped out. For some reason, I forget why, whether it's just customs import duties or some other reason, they get parked for a while. like months, like 6 months or something. And when they're finally turned over to the Chinese are like, what's this crap? Well, they're rusted out partially. They haven't been well looked after because they're just, whoever it is that receives them just gets them and parks them in a field basically, and they're in bad shape. So they actually have to like have the engines reworked because a lot of them don't run or whatever, and get them up and going. So they get most of them up and going, and for various reasons, I don't know exactly why, because they pull the machine guns out of them and put different, I think, Soviet model machine guns into them. And that can be part of the reason is that once Germany withdraws the vacuum of support, the Soviets come in and support Chiang Kai-shek. There's lots of fighter pilots, sending some tanks, a bunch of advisors, so the Soviets are supporting. Then once 1940 starts to 41 comes around, and what happens? Germany invades the Soviet Union. Basically, that ends effective support by the Soviet Union. They withdraw their people and basically send no more equipment. Then that is when, and they just sort of get the Flying Tigers set up and going when Japan attacks. I mean, they're going a little bit before Japan attacks Pearl Harbor, but Chiang Kai-shek changes his focus to get support from the Soviet Union to the United States because they're not going to get any more support. So that's the historical path. There is a good basis for a continued German path. There really is. But how do you mod for that? How do you design for that? What does that look like? Germany is supporting Chiang Kai-shek. Chiang Kai-shek would like to see, in the earlier days, he's rather revolutionary. And the KMT, the KMT starts out with an alliance with the communists under Sun Yat-sen, and it's a sort of fairly leftist alliance. But even once they break and do the massacre of the Reds, and then the Reds do the Long March and all that crap, they're still fairly revolutionary through the 20s. By the 30s, they've come to at least a practical. Hello, William L. I'm waiting for somebody to pay me for it. I just don't have enough energy or interest to make Third Reich events for free on Hoi 4. I mean, that's straight up. So if I can make it a DLC, if I can sell it, and that takes at least permission from Paradox. And trust me, I've years ago now, I haven't recently, not in the last like 2 years, but I've talked to them, through email and whatnot. Third Reich events for Hoi 4. They're very well aware of it. They looked at it and at an early and they knew it was an early preview, and they also had a copy of what I had done for Hoi 3. So they know about Third Reich events. I don't know the current guy who's in charge anymore. I don't know him at all. I knew Podcast. I mean, just through emails and private messages and that kind of thing, both. And whatnot. So I mean, I never like personally voice chatted with him or something, but I text chatted with Podcast, the old lead designer for Hoi 4, and very like I was in the beta and whatnot. And there was a beta version for some stuff for a while, so they're very well aware of Third Reich events, or they have been. I don't know what the new guy is how aware of he is of it. I probably should re-engage with them. But yeah, it was just like, because it was going to take, I mean, it was a quick and dirty, but this is what it sort of be like. And the answer, quite honestly, I got back was, not yet. And this was, the first year or so of release of Hoi 4. So maybe I should come back and see if is now the time. I don't know. And we never got into what form it would take. But yeah, I'm just not going to do it. I've followed his Twitter account and I've seen the stuff. I don't remember his name, Harmony, right now to give you the name. I really, and he's not one of the other people that I sort of dealt with, because I'm not getting any details, but I did, private messages over this issue or that issue or whatever, with some of the relevant people. One or two, I think, has moved on to other projects also within Paradox, but I really haven't been. Yeah, I'm not sure. yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with all of that in Hoi 4. I just really sort of been disengaged, quite honestly, and I was shocked that railroads came in. I'm happily shocked. So it's, it's a happy shock. So yeah, I don't know, and it's a lot of work to do a professional level of, and then of course you have to keep it up to date. Third Reich events for all the various versions of Hoi 4. That is just, it's a lot of work, and I'm just not doing it for free, guys. It's thousands of man hours to do it, really. And so yeah, it isn't something I'm doing for free. I just don't have the interest. I'm doing YouTube and still modding I'm improving the Hoi 3 version, but that's just a little bit of work, not starting all over again, recoding it all and all that stuff. So again, back to China. Oh, well, so Chiang Kai-shek becomes less radical in trying to get rid of Western influences. He sees the value of Western influences partially in a technical modernization sense for China, but also as a counterbalance to Japan. And so it's less radical. And yeah, I could see Germany realistically getting into bed with each other, but Chiang Kai-shek really is just not going to join a world war on Germany's side. So I don't see it as plausible that if, through versions of the, anti-Comintern pact or whatever, that maybe Chiang is also worried if the Soviets do end up supporting him over the communists, which is interesting. They of course change in 1945 and start supporting the communists over Chiang Kai-shek, but earlier, in 1940, they're supporting 41. Well, yeah, in the late 30s, early 40s, they're supporting Chiang Kai-shek over the communists and not sending any aid to the communists. In fact, sending aid to crush the communists before the Japanese get involved. Well, no, after the Japanese get involved. But yeah, so I could definitely see the idea that Chiang Kai-shek might be in an alliance against the Soviets, but no, I don't really see him as actually declaring war on the Soviets, and definitely not declaring war on Britain, France, or the United States, even if he has no other alliances with them. So you would have a situation where Germany's ally, maybe an ally, but they're not going to go to war with Britain and France. Sort of like Japan doesn't go to war with the Soviet Union during World War II. But might be at war with the Soviets, but I hardly see that. And so then what do you do with Japan? And if Japan can't take down China, and then Japan, like it couldn't, Japan needs resources, and decides to take on the Western allies because, hell, France has been conquered, Britain's, sort of barely hanging in there, and hey, we sink the U.S. Navy, then what can they do to us? Kind of BS, and thinks that they're going to grab up all this territory. How do you do that? Does that mean that America is now just in the war with Japan? Alongside Britain, France, and, the exiled Dutch, but not helping the Germans? Or what? How do you code for that? Or do you have to code up a fourth faction into the game, in which you have the Japan faction, you have the European German faction? How do you? And it really gets sort of messy. Well, good, William L. No, I have not. I've not even tried Germany in this mod yet. Really, I mean, we're just knocking out Spain right now. So I haven't even tried Germany in this mod yet. I mean, I'm trying Germany now, but so that's sort of the tough situation. And from a player-based situation, even if somehow you get China into the Axis and on Germany's side against Britain and France and America. What is Japan going to be? I can't plausibly see Japan or Britain, France, or America helping Japan fight China. I can't see them joining the Allies. I just can't see that one. And so, kill this pocket before we go after the main target. So yeah, it's really hard to code in to do that. It's a really interesting what if. Well, you know, do we need more? We'll do some convoys. We'll do some convoys. Things out of fuel? Well, they might be. We're relying upon the fuel system of Spain here. Supplies. No, not really out of fuel here, I guess. Just not receiving enough. Well, you'd have to go back and look William L. at the beginning of this live stream, or when I post the videos, I talk about things what I would change so far that I've encountered. I don't really think it's helpful that I try to rehash it all right this moment. Sorry. I want to be responsive. I truly do, but they were in there. So let's get this researched here. Then we'll come over, and I'm not disagreeing with your analysis of, I forget who it was, Harmony or somebody who thought I should stop doing the HE51s. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just going to wait, and then when I get the Messerschmitts, then switch over to that. So, a lot of detail stuff. I really like the mod. I mean, I like the mod better than vanilla for sure. I need to look at, let's be a little, okay, well, we're starting to get some more artillery. Let's do some even more artillery. I like artillery. I remember a playthrough of, was it World of Blaze or Total War? I forget that I didn't have nearly enough artillery. Okay, we need more bauxite. Okay. So, well, oh, well, we have more than enough aluminum, so no, I guess we don't need more bauxite. Okay, so we got enough aluminum, we don't need more bauxite. And we also maybe have too much iron, so let's see about reducing that. There we go, maybe another. Do we have enough steel? Oh no! Oh God! No! I rage quit on Total War. I mean, I had an epic meltdown there. If you want to watch the Total War series and catch the last episode of that, that's been a long time ago now. Maybe it's much better. I don't know. But I rage quit that. I quit Black Ice not over rage quit, but over my last play of through the Black Ice, and maybe they've corrected the problems that got me to quit. No, I've never had that major of a problem with World of Blaze. I mean, well, I'd have to play the latest version of Black Ice to see Tank X. You very well may be right. I'm not trying to dispute what you're saying at all. More of a use the Hitler Youth symbol for Albert Spear. That's what I gather that's sort of supposed to be. Little iron cross thingy, but otherwise it's the Hitler Youth. Well, beginning of 37. Yeah, let's do that. Got some more civilian factories, expanding some of that. Now we're coming back to more military ones. I know we need a lot of military ones, but I want to get more production going of factories. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I did, Arno. Well, Belgian forts were the total war meltdown. It was for the Soviet effects were super heavy right along the border zones here. The bad effects for invading the Soviet Union that I was facing here, had they been out here, I might have fully agreed with them. But it was here that they were with the black ice, and that got me to quit there. And it was the Belgian forts that got me down on the total war. Yeah, no, I haven't run into anything like that on this, and this is doing pretty good. Okay, well, let's synthetic refinery. So 60 coal. Okay, well. Yeah, let's see. Once we get that done, let's stop wooding. Do that after those are done.
Auf geht's!
A bit more floating power. Oh, you got that then. Yeah, the Portuguese volunteers. Okay, well. Okay, that's going to die pretty soon. Let's come over here. Okay, they're trying to pinch this off. Let's come to here. See if we can attack here. Push down here a bit. I don't know if we can cut this off. Hello, Starstreak, how you doing? Well, the war in Spain continues. That's for sure. Okay, we're in 37, so now let's reevaluate the dates for some of these. I think, are we already doing? Yes, we're already doing that. I don't know if we should wait for... I'm guessing there is a national focus. Let's look here. Okay. Yeah, these seem to be mostly fairly later. Creation of the panzer troop. Okay, so we actually have to research some of the. Okay, so yeah, we need to push down the tree here a bit. So let's get that Panzer 3A. Uh-huh. Okay, we're not going to push yet into those. We'll get a little closer to the date. Let's... Yeah. Okay. That. 39, 37, yeah, okay. Let's get this started. Efficiency growth. As you can tell, I'm definitely an infrastructure kind of guy here. So we'll do that. Okay, well again, if you guys are new here, either on Twitch or YouTube, please follow or subscribe on the channel. Love to see you around more often. I will be continuing this playthrough, I think, next Saturday. I want to get more into it. I know it's going slow for everyone, but I do want to take a look at it. So please stay around. And of course, hitting the like button is appreciated. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, comments, tips, talking to those later on, please post them below. Corrections. Love hearing from you. See you next time for even more Hearts of Iron. Okay, guys. Well, I think we're going to end this here for today. Time to give my voice a rest. I will be back tomorrow with, I hope, Starstreak and Arno and others playing War Thunder. So I hope you guys will join us either to play or just hang out with us. We'll be doing that tomorrow's, I think, Tuesday again. I forget what it is. I'm going to be streaming for Slitherine, but be back and try more World of Blaze Saturday. And of course, check out the YouTube channel for other things. I really do appreciate all you guys hanging out with me here today. It's fun talking. Hope it's been entertaining there. Oh, you can't sit in the chair. Oh, sorry to hear that, Arno. Okay, well, I'm really sorry. I was hoping that would brighten your day by playing with us. But sitting in a chair, yeah, we don't need to. Okay, yeah, hang out and moderate. I really do appreciate that. I don't want you to, don't feel obligated. Don't get yourself into pain just to hang out with us. I was hoping it would be more fun and take your mind off of it, but so okay, rely on a few others to play with me tomorrow. Hopefully, we'll all have fun. So thanks everyone. I really do appreciate all of you guys so much. See you next time.